local plan. This would be a good time to switch mobile phones off or to turn them onto silent. Can everyone hear and see me okay?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Just before I start my formal introduction, Annette, did you mention there was some admin issues you wished to raise before we got started?
Indeed, Inspector, thank you and good morning. There is just a little bit of connectivity. Mrs. Riccardi this morning wasn't able to get her microphone or audio working. I noticed she's left the meeting and rejoined. I don't know, Ms. Riccardi, if you want to try once again. Otherwise, I'd suggest you give me a ring on my mobile number and I can talk you through it slightly outside of the meeting. So I've got Ms. Riccardi, who's not fully up and running. And then the only other one, Inspector, to let you know is that today the GNLP's KC, Mr. Howell Williams, is coming in under the name Samuel Walker because he had some connectivity issues on his laptop. So that isn't Samuel Walker, that is Mr. Howell Williams.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
With regard to Ms. Riccardi's connectivity, is that something, would that benefit from a slight delay to the start just to get that resolved? Or was that working now? I can see Ms. Riccardi in the images before me.
We've been trying for a little while and it seems that there's an issue finding her microphone, although she's got her hand up. So Ms. Riccardi, are you in? Can you speak? We've been doing this for about 20 minutes, just trying to get the microphone working. Ms. Riccardi's microphone is showing on my system as being open, but I think it's finding her volume settings on her laptop. And of course, every laptop has a different setup. So I think it's probably best if I speak to her on the phone separately, if that's okay.
Okay, I mean, my recollection of Ms. Riccardi's comments is that they were largely site-specific from memory, and perhaps related most to this afternoon's discussion. Is that a fair reflection, Ms. Riccardi, of your views? Whereas this morning is really the I mean, this morning obviously is mainly about the evidence base. It's about the policy wording and matters of that sort. Is that something that we can try and work on this morning, hopefully with an aim of having Ms. Riccardi's audio up and running for this afternoon's session on the sites? Is that an agreeable solution to everyone?
Yes, I think if Ms. Riccardi and I, if you start the meeting, Inspectors, and Ms. Riccardi and I can speak on the phone, I'm sure between us we can work this out. We will not be defeated by laptops.
There's usually a way around things with Teams. It's fair to say, but okay.
There is.
We'll proceed on that basis. Obviously, keep me informed, Annette, if there's anything I need to be aware of, or if there's anything more that we need to know going forward.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll resume my introduction then. I perhaps should have said this before I began speaking, but my name is Thomas Hatfield. I have been appointed by the Secretary of State, along with Mike Warden, to hold this examination and to produce reports on our conclusions and recommendations with regard to soundness. The programme officer, as you'll already know, is Annette Feeney. Outside of these hearing sessions, any contact you make should be through Annette. Today's sessions relate to Matter 6 and Matter 17, and we'll cover the approach to Gypsum traveller sites, including the evidence base, policy wording, and site allocations, which, as I said a moment ago, we'll move on to this afternoon. As previously stated, there is no opportunity to revisit other aspects of the plan, and we will not be considering the merits of emission sites during the examination. Our guidance note outlines the procedures to be followed at the hearing sessions. This morning's session will run from 9:30 to around 1 o'clock, with a short break taken midway through. The hearings will be in the form of a structured discussion, which I shall lead. The agenda will follow the matters and issues that have already been published. If you wish to speak on a certain matter, then please use the raise hand function on the toolbar, and I will come to you at an appropriate time. Can I also ask that participants please give their name and any organisation they represent before speaking for the first time? That will assist me and those watching the sessions online. Okay, with those procedural matters and housekeeping matters out of the way, we'll move on to the agenda properly. The first question is the evidence base supporting the identified need for residential pitches and travelling show people plots robust, taking into account factors such as existing provision, household growth, hidden need, in brackets, those in bricks and mortar housing, unauthorised sites and encampments, and any engagement with the gypsy and traveller community? First question from me is for the partnership. Paragraph 5.5 of the Gypsy and Traveller Accommodation Assessment states that due to COVID-19 restrictions, information regarding the travelling patterns and accommodation needs was sometimes obtained from relatives, neighbours and site owners and managers rather than from the individual gypsies and travellers themselves. What proportion of responses were gathered in that way, please, in the first instance? Thank you.
Morning, sir. I'll answer that question on behalf of the partnership. I assume from the way you've moved into the questions, you're happy for me not to introduce our team this morning and just move forward. So yes, in answer to your question,
just on reflection, Mr. Banham, I perhaps went off my script. It would actually be helpful if you could introduce your team briefly before answering the question. I'm happy to ask the question afterwards if that assists.
Yeah, happy to do so, sir. So just in terms of who's representing the partnership today, there's some familiar faces. So I will be leading with Mr. Burrell, who will particularly be dealing with the Strayground Lane site. Mrs. Appleyard from the GNLP team is with us as well. She's been involved in the site assessment work and policy work. Mr. Dolman is here representing the County Council's Highways Authority, so he'll be assisting us where highways constraints have featured in a site selection or omission. And then as Mrs. Feeney said, we've got Mr. Hal Williams KC back again to assist us on hearing legal matters. In terms of new faces, sorry.
Oh no, sorry, carry on. I thought you were going to move on to the question. I've just seen a hand raised. So after you've introduced the team, I'll go to the raised hand.
Sorry, sir. Yes, and joining us this afternoon will be Mr. Hewitt. He'll be talking on behalf of Norfolk County Council property team in relation to one part of the Strayground Lane site, and then in addition to that we have Mr. Grant. Mr. Grant is the service manager for the Norfolk and Suffolk Gypsy Roma Traveller Service. His day-to-day work makes him well informed on the trends in the Gypsy and Traveller community. He was an influential stakeholder in the Gypsy and Traveller Accommodation Assessment of 2022, and his team was involved in helping us to work with the community to identify sites. As well as his day job, he was previously a police officer and for a time was a resident of a Gypsy and Traveller site. So he is uniquely placed to give us that insight into the community. In terms of other support, our sustainability consultants, Lepus, are happy to be available to us to answer questions during the break period. So if there is a need for us to provide an updated statement, we can do so. And similarly with Triple R Consultancy, they're available for us to speak to during the break periods. But as you would have deduced, as a partnership team, we're happy to deal with any questions on the SA or the GTAA.
Okay, thank you. Just before we go into that question I asked a moment ago, and I'll ask it again in a second just to refresh your memory, Mr. Banham. There's a hand raised. I've got the participant's name as SHC guest, so I'm not sure who it is. Is that a procedural point that you wish to raise, whoever's hand that is?
No, it's not a procedural point. It's there's a major issue with the credibility and robustness of the GTAA in that the definitions that were used are flawed.
That's fine. We'll come on to the procedural, the details in a second, and
okay.
we'll follow. Is it Mr. Carruthers is that you? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Like I say, I've got SHC on the list. That's Mr. Carruthers. Okay,
that's me.
Okay, no worries. Thank you very much. Okay, one other point as well. I've got about 12 people with their cameras on. I think it'd be helpful for me if everyone apart from those people who are speaking had their cameras turned off. It just makes it a bit more manageable for me and easier to see the people who are speaking at that time. So if I could ask that people turn their cameras and microphones off if they're not speaking, and to turn those on when they wish to speak. Okay. Okay, thank you. As I said, we'll structure it with my questions. So Mr. Carruthers and others, if you wish to come in following a question I've asked, then please raise your hand and I'll invite you to do so at that point. So Mr. Bannon, the question I asked you a moment ago was in relation to the COVID-19 restrictions, in that the GTAA states that information regarding travelling patterns and accommodation needs were sometimes obtained from relatives, neighbours, site owners and managers. My question was, what proportion of the responses that were gathered in this way were from third parties rather than from the gypsies or travellers themselves? Thank you.
So yeah, as you would have picked up, sir, paragraph 5.5 is an important paragraph. It talks about the 90% consultation and data collection. We know from speaking to RRR Consultancy that they obtained 90 survey responses. So they, based on information we had about authorised and unauthorised encampments and sites, they visited every site in the Greater Norwich area and obtained 90 survey responses. The majority of those were directly with a member of the household. So it works out. So 90 surveys equals 90 pitches of coverage. So the 90% is derived from 90 surveys across 100 authorised pitches in the area. Indeed, because of the complications around COVID and speaking to people, a small proportion of those, I'm told by RRR, around 10% were what they call proxy. So that's where a member of a family also residing on the site but residing on a different pitch assisted that household in completing the survey. But as I said, it's 90 surveys equaling 90 pitches. The majority of those were gathered by speaking to a member of the family on the doorstep, as it were. A small number of those were then gathered at a later time by telephoning that a member of that householder back and doing the survey by telephone.
And so 10%, so 90% of the residents in the plan area, Egyptian traveller residents, were interviewed. And of those 90%, 10%, it wasn't the resident in question that was spoken to, but it was a family member, it was a site owner. So it's 10% of the 90%. It wasn't directly with the. It was a third-party response, in effect.
That's correct. RRR refer to it as proxy, but when they say proxy, they mean another individual who also lives on that site.
Okay, that's helpful. I mean, to what extent does that affect the reliability of the findings? I mean, the obvious point to make in response to that is that neighbours, particularly neighbours and site owners, because those are mentioned as well as family members, are they always going to be aware, for example, of the accommodation needs of those people they're responding on behalf of?
We're confident in the work that RRR did because, as I said, they visited every site that we were able to identify, and that included sites which weren't authorised or where there was reports of there being an encampment in the past. We're confident that RRR went to every reasonable endeavour they could to get the best possible information that they could from speaking to people. I'm at risk of shifting the point, so please stop me if this is wrong, but also that survey data has been validated by speaking to site managers and speaking to the Gypsy and Traveller service as well.
Okay. There's a hand raised from Mr. Beard. Did you wish to come in, Mr. Beard?
Yes, please. Hi, I represent MH Planning. Today, Michael is away, but I'll do my best to illustrate his point. I think Michael would argue that, given his experience with Gypsies and Travellers working, gaining private sites, that this third party access of data may have contributed to a lack of need on the 1 to 5 year basis, which, I mean, showing a 0 in net in migration and in transit, which we believe may be an underestimation due to that COVID-19, impossibility of talking to those travellers directly. Thanks.
Okay. I mean, I was going to come on to the issue of immigration in a moment. So that's something I'll come to in a second, and the issue of transit rates. So we can come back to that probably in a short while. Mr. Carruthers, did you wish to come in at this point? Mr. Carruthers. Mr. Carruthers, you're on mute. I can't hear you.
Now I'm muted. I'm sorry. I got caught up in.
Sorry, you're loud and clear now.
Yeah, I got caught up in buzz. Can I reinforce Tom's point? Because I've just run an experiment in Kings Lynn, which was the first GTAA produced after the Lisa Smith's decision, where we managed to go and get cooperation of about what we estimated 60% of the population, of the Gypsy traveller population in the area, excluding the inward migration. The end result is that Kings Lynn GTAA is now faced with about 120 pitches from what it thought it was going to get on the original data search, which was conducted by ORS. We also got agreement with ORS that the terms, the definitions that they used for the survey were wrong. And that had led to an undercount of around about probably 10%. So Norwich is a little bit unusual because it's also attracting a fair number of migrant gypsies. I know that because I've met them. There's a fair number of Berbers living in Norwich at the moment who are now looking for sites. So the level of undercount is actually potentially quite considerable, because we went through this with the ORS the last time when I think I had identified that their GTA wasn't robust or credible, and the whole issue with it is the undercount side, and the only way you can get that experiment, well, get the actual figures, is to get the participation of the actual Gypsy community, not the site managers or the local authority. The Gypsy community have to want to participate, and that's what came out in Kings Lynn. Was we managed to go and get round about 60% of them participate. And that was done with the elders' support. Thank you.
Okay, so the issue with Kings Lynn, you're saying, Mr. Carruthers, is that there'd been a fundamental undercount of the number of caravans in the area, or was the issue with the consultation? Just so I'm clear in my own mind.
The issue is both. There was an undercount of the caravans in the area. There was also an issue of participation rates. Now we upped their participation rates, and this was ORS, who were the GTA provider. We upped their participation rate by around about 40%. Now, a large number of those had been excluded from the 2016-17 GTAA that ORS had produced, and as a result, it ended up homeless. So they had a very good reason for wanting to participate in it. Now, a similar experiment hasn't been conducted in Norwich because they weren't prior to Lisa Smith. So we've tried to sort out the problems based upon the Lisa Smith decision in Kings Lynn, because they're the first GTAA since the Lisa Smith decision that's been procured by any council.
And do you have reason to suspect that those same undercounting issues are present in the Greater Norwich assessment carried out by a Triple R?
Yes, there are people missing from the Triple R count, and that remains the case.
Just one second, I'm just calling something up. When you say there's people, I didn't see in your hearing statement, Ms. Carruthers, that you pointed to any specific individuals that were missing, or what the basis for identifying, or the basis was, or how you'd come to find out that people are missing from the caravan camp. What's the reason for you suspecting that's the case?
Well, I know that some of them have planning applications in with, for instance, Broadland, and they weren't counted.
Okay, and so why is that not in your hearing statement, Mr. Carruthers?
Because I didn't put it in, because what I tried to do was just keep to the major issues. What I'm more concerned about is lack of sound definitions used in the surveys and agreed definitions in the surveys. Now, ORS ended up identifying to King's Lynn that if there was a building present on the site, then it couldn't be a gypsy site.
Just before we move on, because I want to keep the discussion structured, I'll get a comment from the partner from what you've said, but it is difficult for me if a new issue is raised that's not in your hearing statement, Mr. Carruthers. I'll say that now, because obviously I haven't prepared for that if it's not been previously put down in writing, firstly. And secondly, the council won't have seen it, so it'll be a surprise to them. So I'll just put that down as a marker now, that if there are going to be new points raised that weren't in your hearing statement, it could raise some difficulties. But I'll just leave that with you for now. I'll get a response from the partnership first before we move on. Thank you.
Can I clarify one point? I know it was raised, the definition issue, with the Norwich City Council working group on the gypsy traveller issues, and they identified that the definitions that ORS had agreed to adopt for King's Lynn were to be adopted by the Greater Norwich Local Plan Partnership. So it becomes an industry standard definition which enables reliable surveys to be conducted.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Carruthers. Mr. Banham, do you wish to respond to what's been said so far?
Yeah, I've got 6 very succinct points, I think, which address Mr. Carruthers' arguments. The first one is we are absolutely clear as a partnership about our caravan data. So you'll see in the appendices to the topic paper, so it's H3.4, what the
just current... Just 1 second, Mr. Banham, just let me call it up, H3.4. Okay, I've got it before me now. Thank you.
Yeah. So that was the data that we gathered from our own planning records of the current sort of stock of pitches. And what the Triple R study also does is it looks at potential supply of pitches, i.e. pitches with planning permission which haven't been developed yet. So H3.5 talks about pitches where we're expecting delivery of those pitches to be within the first 5 years. So the base date of the GTAA is April 2022, so the 5-year period is to March 2027. So Triple R are able to look at the potential supply. And in our topic paper H3.1, there's also a section where we talk about an update on pitches since the GTA was written. So you'll note in H3.1 there's a mention of how 3 additional pitches from the Swanton Road site isn't now going to happen. So we've taken the GTA figures, and we've also tracked any changes in pitch numbers since then. that was my point one, which I said was meant to be quite succinct, but unfortunately I made that a bit longer than intended.
And just so I can pick this up and don't miss it, if you're going to go on to make other points, Mr. Bonham. So is it your position then, in response to Mr. Carruthers's comments, that there's been sense checks done of the caravan survey and that there's been a number of different data sources used? Is that what you're saying? Have I understood that correctly?
That's
Give me a second.
correct.
Let me close my. Just 1 second. Let me close my. I'm seeing my own image and I look like I've got incredibly dark eyes. If I close the. There we go. I think that's better. Okay. Apologies, Mr. Bonham.
Yes. So in terms of the stock of pictures, we're absolutely clear on what there is out there, what's being occupied, what's currently vacant, and vacant pictures that would be taken up over the next 5 years. And we're absolutely clear on the potential supply of pictures, i.e. those with planning permission, which will get occupied in the current 5-year period between April 2022 and March 2027. So that was my first point about the caravan stock, if you like. My second point is very simply that the response rate was very high. We know as a partnership that Triple R went to extensive efforts to not only visit every site but to speak to every person that they could. They are specialists in engaging with the gypsy and traveller community and being able to engage with people and get that finer grained detail of individuals' unique circumstances. They're able to build a level of trust, which perhaps I, as a planning officer, may struggle to do. Although I would argue that I've also spoken to many gypsies and travellers myself in the course of doing this work, and we can bring Mr. Grant in if you wish to, but his team are out there every day speaking to members of the gypsy and traveller community, for example, helping them in with their accommodation situation. So I think Mr. Crowther gave some anecdotal points. I'm sure Mr. Grant would be happy to also give some anecdotal comments. That was my second succinct point.
Well, I mean, the substantive point that I think was being raised was that individuals may have been missed from the caravan count and from the assessment of residents in the area. What's your response to that point, Mr. Bonham?
We can't be sure that we've got every single person, but we're confident in our 90% data collection, and we're confident in the efforts that we went to speak to people, and those were validated by the everyday experience that Mr. Grant and his team have.
Okay, thank you. So, did you have a further point to make? I could have crossed you there, Mr. Bonham. Had you finished your thoughts on that point?
On that point, I've got 4 further points if I could make them, sir. And the third one, Mr. Carruthers talked about the Lisa Smith case. That obviously postdates this GTAA, but nevertheless it's not relevant in the sense that Triple R gave us both a PPTS compliant figure and an ethnic figure. The ethnic figure, which is based on the data in table 5.4, reflects the findings of the Smith case. The partnership has decided to go to the definition used or found to be lawful through the Smith case, and in the topic paper H3.1, we do cover this point that we accept that the the characteristic of living in a caravan is what defines a gypsy and traveller, not their patterns of travel and being nomadic.
Okay.
The fourth point, I think Mr. Carruthers was beginning to touch on, was
if it was definitions of terms, I will come to that later. So hold your thoughts on that for now, Mr. Bonham.
My fourth point was about migration flows. The Triple R study is.
I'm going to come on to that next as well.
Oh,
so
sorry.
It's worth saying I do want to follow the structure of. I'll come to all of these points, but I've got a specific order I want to take them in. So if I ask anyone to hold their thought, it's not because it's being overlooked. It's because that point's going to be dealt with in due course. So with migration, we'll come back to that. But I want to keep the discussion focused and structured and not get lost in the weeds in a particular moment. So hold your thought for migration for now, please, Mr. Bonham.
And the only last point I wanted to make that you won't cover shortly was the day-to-day experience of Mr. Grant. So I'm sure if there's any trends that Mr. Carruthers is aware of, Mr. Grant is also more than aware of too.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Carruthers, did you wish to come back on any of those points? I see you've got your hand raised.
I shouldn't have my hand raised. It should have come off.
I'm seeing it as raised, but I don't know if that's true for everyone.
Is where my problem is.
If you just try double clicking it on the toolbar again, Mr. Carruthers, that might assist.
Yes.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. In which case, okay. Thank you, Mr. Bonham. I do wish to come back to some of those points raised later, but I'll move now on to specifically the issue of migration. It's one that a couple of people had raised. It's one that I picked up in reading through the GTAA. I noticed that none of the households interviewed in the GTAA expressed a desire to leave the area. So the assumption about migration being zero, in effect, assumes that no one will also choose to immigrate, because it assumes a net outflow of zero. But given that no one's expressed a wish to leave, in effect, you're assuming zero in migration as well. Is that realistic, Mr. Bonham?
We believe so. Yes. This was a finding of the GTAA. The first 5 years of need, which is based entirely on the surveys and the interviews, and the key table here is table 5.4, does indeed say under row 4 of that table that there were no households interviewed who expressed the desire to leave. And then sort of conversely at row 13, the interviews didn't identify new households who expected to arrive from elsewhere. That doesn't mean to say that there is no migration. It is just that the inflows and outflows are equal. And it's important to stress here the difference between the first 5 years of need and then years 6 to 16. So in the first 5 years of need is entirely based on the field work and the surveys and the engagement work we did. From years 6 to 16, Triple R apply a population growth rate. That growth rate obviously can take into account all factors, natural change in the population through births and deaths, but also migration. the annual rate they use, which is at paragraph 5.44 or page 43, is 1.68% per annum, or 8.7% over 5 years. We have cross-checked the validity of that, and the data we've got shows that it matched with the population growth that was seen between 2011 and 2021. So on that basis, we're confident that the projection going forward after year 5, where we haven't got the benefit of the primary field work, is accurate, because it reflects past trends. And I did notice in Mr. Beer's representation, he talked about the effect of economic boom and property values in London and Cambridge, and of course this was a phenomenon that we were seeing between 2011 and 2021. So we feel that where we are looking at population growth going forward between years 6 to 16, that's correct, because that population growth that Triple R have used was seen between 2011 and 2021.
Okay, I mean, that's helpful clarification, certainly beyond the 5-year period, Mr. Banham. I think my concern and what my question was driving at really is if we can draw you back to table 5.4. I'll just scroll to it myself. It says, so under column 4, net number of households on site expected to leave in the next 5 years, none. And you're saying there's not an assumption, so there's no people in the study area who are being accounted for as leaving. And then go down to paragraph 5.34, which is under step 13, heading, I should say, step 13, new family units expected to arrive from elsewhere, which explains the in-migration assumptions in table 5.4. And that says, in the absence of any data derivable from primary or secondary sources, beyond anecdotal evidence, on the moving intentions of those outside the study area moving into the study area, it is assumed that the inflow of gypsies and travellers into the area will be equivalent to the outflow. So it isn't based on, firstly, it isn't based on the surveys, and how could it be if those individuals don't currently reside in the area? And secondly, in simply assuming that it will be the same as the number of people leaving, it is in effect assuming an in-migration rate of 0, because no people are expected to leave the area. So it does assume, at least in my reading, I'm happy to stand corrected if that's an incorrect interpretation, but it strikes me that at least in the first 5 years, there is an assumption baked in that no one will arrive from outside the study area, and that's fed into the pitch requirement. Perhaps to take a comment on that, Mr. Banham, and like I say, if I've misinterpreted the GTAA, then I'm happy to stand corrected.
The key point that the partnership and Triple R make is that the inflow and the outflow balance each other out. So yes, there are people moving in and moving out. This is obviously a highly nomadic group.
That's not the point, really. I understand that you might have that. I mean, I've seen that elsewhere in gypsy and traveller accommodation assessments, that there's an assumption about that outflows will match inflows. But we're in a different situation here, and it's set out quite clearly under the commentary for step 4, which is paragraph 5.21. It says, and that simply says, as there are no family units with a desire to leave the study area, resulting in a supply of 0 pitches, and that's in terms of net losses. So the findings of my train of thinking is this: 1, the findings of the study were that none of the respondents expressed a desire to leave the plan area.
That's correct.
2, an assumption was then made, so it's assumed that no one will leave the plan area, and that will stay static. An assumption was then made that in-migration will match or will be balanced out by out-migration. But if there is no out-migration, then in effect the study is assuming no in-migration in the first 5 years, isn't it? It follows logically that that's the case.
There
isn't an assessment of inflow and outflow. There just is no inflow and no outflow. Full stop. You have from the evidence a position that no one wishes to leave, and you've just assumed that no one will therefore come in. Is that realistic over a 5-year period?
It's what the data from the fieldwork found, and that's the basis of the 5-year requirement as set out in 5.4. Obviously, as is referred to in the RRR report, if there were to be households who were inflowing to the area who weren't captured by the fieldwork, because obviously that is a snapshot in time, then RRR do make the recommendation, which we've followed, to have the criteria based policy. But the GTAA is, as I'm sure you appreciate, for the first 5 years based entirely on the survey data, which we find to be robust.
Okay. Mr. Bear, you've got your hand raised. Did you wish to come in?
Yes, please. Firstly, so we appreciate that net migration is an area that can be difficult to quantify. And this is speaking as Michael, really. But we believe that net immigration with the assumption of zero is highly unlikely, given our anecdotal work with gypsies and travellers. We work with someone who's currently moved from Kent, who, I mean, just, within our experience, who has moved to North Norfolk. And I know Stuart earlier said, is it Stuart, sorry, that Mr. Carruthers, that he'd experienced that too. And Adam, you touched on that, the Michael mentioned the significant financial and greenbelt constraints in the arc around London and Cambridge, combined with the national accommodation crisis for gypsy and traveller people. This increases the pressure for people to move into East Anglia from southeast, so that's London, Kent, Hertfordshire, Essex, and Cambridge, to East Anglia, where land prices are cheaper and there's more available rural land. Like I say, we have clients ourselves moving from Kent into North Norfolk, away from where their families are based, due to financial pulls and greenbelt. MH Planning has seen many more cases of gypsy and traveller people moving into East Anglia. These cases provide evidence of pressure for net in-migration, which should be factored into the accommodation assessment. So that's on in-migration. The table also doesn't factor in the need for homeless travellers or entirely nomadic travellers.
We'll come on to that in a while, Mr. Beer. I just want to focus on migration for you.
But yeah, that's my my thoughts on in-migration. And I think the assumption, as Adam said, I think it's unlikely that though it's possible that no one's going to leave. I mean, I know it's they've had to make a decision to come on to zero, but I think it's unlikely. We think that it's unlikely that people won't migrate into East Anglia. Thanks.
Yeah, Mr. Carruthers, did you wish to come in?
Yeah, can I reiterate what Tom's just said about inward migration? The inward migration pressure has become quite considerable. I'm aware of large numbers of people in Kent moving to East Anglia. Now, the reason for this is quite complicated. It's mainly to do with the Kent councils placing refugees who are also gypsies onto established sites. In some cases, you've got 50 static caravans being placed on a caravan site. The same is going on in Cambridgeshire. There's about somewhere between 150 and 250,000 ethnic gypsies have migrated into the UK. They're mainly the boat people because they can't access higher education because they can't secure the papers. If they seek to secure the papers, they're either shot or they're put in prison. There's a large community of ethnic gypsies being established in Norwich, and they're beginning to come out of Norwich, and they're looking at gypsy sites. Now, I've just finished putting in a planning application in mid-Suffolk for a black Berber family who are ethnic gypsies. Now, these pressures are very, very real. Now, when you go up to King's Lynn or you look at South Norfolk, there's a large number of agricultural caravan sites which contain gypsy workers who are mainly migrant workers. Some of those are staying. So the inward migration pressures are very considerable. You've also got the pressures coming from sale of London sites in particular, which is probably going to lead to an exodus of most of the London gypsy population out of London into other areas. Now, a lot of those have either links to East Anglia or have links to Kent. They don't tend to have links elsewhere. Thank you.
Mr. Crothers, which is the London site? Is it a London site or sites you're referring to that are being closed?
Probably most of the larger London sites are going to end up being closed.
And what's the reason for that, sorry?
Housing development. There's currently, most of the London sites are in slum condition. Most of the London sites have a very checkered history with the local authorities. And it's one of the reasons why the definitions become very important used for gypsy sites, because they're exercising right to buy. Now, there's about, most of the boroughs have between 10 to 40 sites. They're all overcrowded, the rest of them. And they're looking to move out of London. Now, the Greenwich site and the Southwark site, about 7 of the sites are all East Anglian based, because most of the Norwich gypsies ended up moving to Norwich as a result of a site clearance originally in London, following the Belvedere Marshes. And they came here in the 60s and 70s, but they already had links in this area, so they just came back to where they had their links. Now, their families are likely to be moving to this area.
Okay. Mr. Crothers. Mr. Grant, your hand's raised. Did you wish to come in?
Thank you, Mr. Hatfield. I just wanted to talk about my experience of net migration, both inwards and outwards. As you know, I'm the Norfolk and Suffolk Service Manager for the Gypsy Roman Traveller team. Prior to retiring from police, I was the Gypsy Roman Travel Officer for Norfolk Police for many years. So I've worked in this field for a considerable time. I just wanted to make people aware that families are very important in the Gypsy Roman Traveller community. Therefore, if a family has a connection and they've lived in an area for a considerable while, my own experience is that they want to remain in that area. I am not evidencing much movement into the county or into the Greater Norwich area or out of. There are always things happening around the country and the world that cause us to believe that there's going to be more migration. Classic one was a number of years ago with actually the large site in Essex, Dale Farm. There was a great concern that a large number of Irish families were going to move into the Norfolk area because of the mass eviction at the time. That didn't happen. So there's always a lot of noise around about inward and outward migration, but ultimately I always find that families tend to remain where they want to because they have connection with family, they have connection with work, and they tend to remain static. As a police officer dealing with the Gypsy Roma traveller community, the majority of cases that, or members of the community that came in, were fleeing some form of violence. May be family feuds, domestic abuse, etc. On a whole, I always find that families want to remain in their area. So I don't see an awful lot of movement. If we're talking about populations coming into the area from abroad, ethnic Roma, etc., we've had that for many years now. I can remember the Roma population coming into Ipswich and migrating up the A12 and beyond into Norwich. So I think what we were trying to make as a partnership is there is some movement in and out, but at this moment in time, I'm not seeing any significant impact that's increasing the amount of people who qualify as either Gypsy, Roma or traveller coming into this county or into the Greater Norwich local partnership area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Mr. Burrell.
Thank you. And to back that up, as previously stated by Mr. Banham, the data from 2011 to 2021 from the 2021 census does not show those trends in the past. We have not had any actual evidenced reason presented today for those trends to have changed. What we have seen has been the change in population has been in line with natural increase as expressed in the RRR study.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Grant, your hand's still raised. I don't know if that's from before or if you wish to come in again.
So I'd like to come in again. With the national statistics we were just talking about and the census, the survey of 2021, we actually supported the Office of National Statistics and accompanied them onto various sites across both Norfolk and Suffolk County. Because one of the things I'm very passionate about is the Gypsy Roma and traveller community don't represent themselves. They don't push themselves forward like other ethnic groups may. So the basis of any work we do, even funding, is effectively what is the percentage of the population are Gypsy Roma and traveller. So what I wanted to do was to increase that population, that percentage population. And the only way to do that was to actually support the information gatherers. So we as a service actually supported the interaction with various encampments, various sites from small to large, to try and encourage people to actually be counted, therefore to have a voice in the future. And the amount of Gypsy Roma travellers who are known to be in Norfolk and Suffolk did increase from the 2011 census. And I believe that's because we were involved in trying to support people who are collecting the data to reach out and also to the Gypsy Roma traveller community to be counted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we've had Mr. Carruthers, your hand's raised. Just to come in.
Yeah, just very briefly. Mr. Grant raised Dale Farm. I act as the Dale Farm planner. Now, what's happened there is it's now virtually a refugee site. The majority of the Irish who were living there have actually left, and that's within the last 2 years, which was a little bit unexpected. If you go across to Cambridge, the numbers of ethnic refugee gypsies that are there make up round about 70% of the site population. Exactly the same is happening in Kent, and there is a migration of the original occupiers out of those areas to other family areas. It's sort of like a little bit unnoticed, but it's beginning to happen quite rapidly, and it's been happening over the last 2 to 3 years.
Thank you, Mr. Carruthers. We've had quite a detailed discussion on migration now. I think most of the subsequent points I was going to pick up have been raised by the respondents. Mr. Banham, did you wish to make a final comment before we move on?
No, nothing further from me.
Okay, thank you. I want to move now on to a separate element of the methodology. It's been put to me that the GTAA does not include need arising from wholly nomadic season travellers. So what's the partnership's response to that point, please? Thank you.
Our position is that it does. We've followed Triple R have followed the definitions in the PPTS, and as a partnership, we have responded to the Lisa Smith case and followed the ethnic definition.
My understanding of the point that's been raised is it relates to step 9 of the GTAA, and that's paragraph 528 explains that element of the table 4 breakdown. It says that as the transit site in the plan area was not open at the time of the consultation, there were no households on the transit site. These family units reported they required permanent pitches within the study area. Sorry, it says so that I think there's a slight miswording there. It says that the need resulting was 0 from this source, and the implication is that it's because the transit site wasn't open at the time of the consultation took place. I think it was that point in particular that was being raised, in that accordingly, need arising from that source in the 5-year period had been undercounted. So what's your response to that point, Mr. Banham?
The transit site was indeed closed. It's owned by South Norfolk Council, who are in the process of refurbishing it. But nevertheless, Triple R did look at unauthorised encampments. I think, if I remember rightly, they confirmed that in the study. I think it might be paragraph 5.7. They refer to having visited various sites where permission would lapsed or refused, and of course Triple R were in contact with the Gypsy and Traveller Liaison Service. They obviously are out virtually every day dealing with people on unauthorised encampment, and it could well be that Mr. Grant feels he can make a further comment on unauthorised encampments as well.
Mr. Grant, do you wish to come in?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, at this moment in time, we as a service work on a number of areas, and we such accommodation, welfare, and also unauthorised encampments. And I've worked in this area for a considerable amount of time, and I also devised all the procedures for Norfolk Constabulary prior to retiring as well. So there's a very robust method around notification of unauthorised encampments, which is police-led at the actual beginning. We have a service level agreement with the police that allows us to then take information forward and act upon it. Out of the 6 truly homeless local families that I've worked with over the last 2 or 3 years, presently there is only one family that is being tolerated on a Norfolk highway for the last 8 months, so we will talk about negotiated stopping places later, that we are in the process of trying to secure accommodation for. The other 5 families, and this includes Suffolk as well, I know it's out of our area, but the other 5 families are all now either housed locally in bricks and mortar or are on a actual statutory site in the Norfolk area. So we've done an awful lot of work in reducing, if you like, our own homegrown. Most of the unauthorised encampments we see across both Norfolk and Suffolk, and I'm involved in the majority of them, are either coming into this region from outside. So we have what we call economic travelling, families that visit the area who have areas of business, be it gardening, scrap metal. What we don't see anymore are the European travelling families, because we used to see French and Italian that come over, but since we left EU, we haven't seen them families come into the Norfolk area. So, and also we're having families that come into Norfolk because they purely want to holiday, but they don't want the expense of paying for a licensed campsite. So, and also when they come to holiday as well, they might do a little bit of economic work, but also because families are more fractured nowadays, they come together to meet up, and we see this a lot. Hence, trying to reside on the park and rides. So the vast majority of encampments I see now are from people that come from outside our area, either Norfolk, and come in for various reasons, which can be birth, deaths, and marriages. We still do have a significant amount of families who come so their children can be born in the Norfolk area, because historically that's what they've always done. So I can say quite confidently, where unauthorised encampments are concerned, there are very, very few that are local families now that are homeless. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Grant. Mr. Beer, I see your hands raised. I was going to come to you next anyway, because it was your point I put to the partnership. Did you wish to come in?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, just in response to Mr. Grant there, given that he's just given that examples, and there's that evidence of wholly nomadic people moving into Norfolk to, you know, in transit and for short periods of time, I think that does show a need for less than zero in transit accommodation and in net migration. Those people who are wholly nomadic, I believe, require catering for on transit pitches. I think some of those will end up perhaps being housed or able to be used to be catered for by extensions to sites where private sites are able to have some temporary pitches, which allows for some net migration, but that may take away from residential pitches in the long term, or in the short term rather. But yeah, I've got here that homelessness is endemic, particularly among young travellers, with people surviving by camping where they can, living roadside and staying with friends and relatives. Such people provide a high proportion of need but can be difficult to assess. If the researchers have underestimated basic need in the 1 to 5 year period, this may translate to a further underestimation in terms of household growth as family grow in the long term, which is another point. But yeah, that's all I have to say on that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bear. Mr. Grant, did you wish to come back on those points? Thank you.
Yes, Chair, thank you. The families that come in, what that we class as economic travellers, have family bases all over the country. We get a lot that come in from the Yorkshire area, and it is purely economic. And they're not wanting to reside elsewhere. If you were talking about them residing, the only place that could fundamentally reside would be a temporary stopping place. The families won't want to share, in my experience, having lived on the site as well, families won't want to share their site with the family they don't really know. So joint sharing of sites, I have found, has never worked. These are people coming into the county for a specific reason, into our area for a specific reason, normally for a specific time, and then they carry on. So they can then visit Suffolk, then they go down the home counties, down the Thames Valley, etc.
Just to stop you there, Mr. Grant. Apologies to cut in, but I wanted to capture this point before you moved on. But based on what you've said and about the nature of unauthorised pitches in your experience, is it your contention then that transit population that might have been captured had the transit site been open, for example, in your experience, doesn't equate to the need for localised pitches, at least localised permanent pitches, because of the nature of the visits those people undertake? Is that's your position in a nutshell, if I understand it correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So sorry to cut across. If you had further thoughts to add, I'm happy to hear them. I just didn't want to lose that point before you moved on.
No, that's fine, Chair. I've finished. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Beer, I noticed your hand was raised a second ago. Did you have a supplementary point to add?
I just wanted to agree that yeah, I may have been unclear there. I wasn't really. I understand that economic travellers may not be. When I was saying about, sorry, I'm not being clear. But when I was saying about families that may have temporary transit pitches in the short term, as they move forward, that would be for more likely for net immigration from their family, from people, cousins, people around the country that may want to come and live there briefly for short periods of time. I appreciate that it's rare that it would be complete strangers in that sense.
Okay, we'll come on to transit provision in a short while. It's another point I picked up that I wanted to discuss. Just before we move on to this point about calculation of need, Mr. Bannum, do you have any final comments before we do move on?
Probably a quick point to make. Mr. Beer did talk to people sort of moving. I think he referred to sofa surfing and such like. The Triple R study, I think uniquely amongst consultants, takes into account psychological aversion. So that's families who may be moving from bricks and mortar accommodation and need to move to a pitch, due to such feelings as claustrophobia, and they do in their methodology allow a 10% figure for that. So they say for every 10 households who are on a pitch, there would be at least another one who would need to move to a pitch for reasons of psychological aversion. So I thought that was just a point worth making to address one of Mr. Beer's points there.
Okay, thank you. I mean, we did touch on transit points, transit pitches, sorry, there, and I think just to aid the flow, I'll bring that forward. The GTAA doesn't include any assessment of the need for transit pitches. I appreciate it also doesn't recommend that any are provided. Wouldn't that information be helpful to inform any approach the partner authorities subsequently took up with regards to temporary arrangements, Mr. Bannum? It's been put to me, for example, by some of the participants that it's an omission, the lack of an assessment of the need for transit pitches.
The position from Triple R is that transit provision is not needed in the greater Norwich area, and as you'll appreciate, their position is that negotiated stopping is the way forward, and as our hearing statement explains, and as Mr. Grant will no doubt be able to explain further, our approach to tolerated encampments and the multi-agency protocol we have, we believe accounts for both the need and deals with the sort of operational day-to-day occurrences of these encampments.
Okay, I mean, we'll come on to that. We'll come on to that wider point there about the approach the partner authorities do take under question 11. Are there any further comments around the room at this stage about the approach the GTAA takes to transit pitches? Okay, thank you. Moving on to a separate point, it's been put to me by Mr. Carruthers that caravans made up 0.45% of the total housing stock in the 2011 census, and that would equate to a pro rata need for 200 pitches against the total plan housing requirement. What's the partnership's response to that point, please?
Well, our response is that we've, or Triple R on our behalf, have applied the correct methodology in calculating their needs. So their 15-step methodology, which is shown in table 5.4, is derived from government's 2007 guidance, but not only that, they follow the PPTS guidance, which at paragraph 7 puts the emphasis on community engagement, and they've also had regard to the albeit draft guidance that was published by DCLG in 2016. So our view is that the methodology is clear, that Triple R and other consultants apply this kind of methodology, and that the standard method for housing calculations, which I think is what Mr. Carruthers is suggesting, is simply not applicable to gypsy and traveller studies, which should be led by engagement with the community.
I mean, I'll let Mr. Carruthers come in a second, but my understanding of his point is that he's using that as a sense check to the figures the partnership reviews and the GCA applies. So how do you view that methodology as a sense check to the way the study assesses need?
I'm not sure it's a credible methodology. Our approach has, as I said, been based on the set guidance by government, and the sense check, if you like, has been provided by the engagement work we've done through the Gypsy Traveller Liaison Service. Okay,
Mr. Carruthers, do you wish to come in? It was your point that puts the partnership.
Yeah, no, I'll come back on this. The first issue that comes up is that the consultation that takes place by the GTA providers is guided by the councils, not by the actual community. And as a consequence, you always end up with an undercount, and it gets raised at appeals and inquiries all of the time about people not being included. Now, the number of caravans present within the Greater Norwich area, that's just fact. It's a census figure, and it is a sense check because the Gypsy Traveller community form a smaller proportion of the caravan dwellers. I anticipate that the number of caravan dwellers from the settled community is increasing quite rapidly due to people putting caravans, static caravans, in their gardens for their children. Now, the issue that comes up is that if you're not actually checking these and removing them from your statistics, because I know that RRR did not consult adequately. They didn't have the funding to do that. I know that ORS consults slightly better, but they also don't do it properly. Because when the surveys are put together, they're put together from a tender let by the council to one of the GTA providers. And there is no discussion with the community when that tender is put together. and that's led to flawed definitions and flawed surveys. Okay.
There's a few points, Mr. Cliff, so that they're adequately covered. The first one was about the definition of caravans. And you mentioned, for example, that I appreciate it's a sense check, it's taken from the census data.
Yeah.
So would that figure of 0.45% also include, for example, park homes?
Yes,
okay.
It would.
When you say RRR didn't consult adequately, could you just elaborate on that for me, please? It'd be helpful, thank you.
This was looked at when we did it the last time, over the fact that RRR hadn't consulted with the community at all when they did the original GTAA. I think they've been back to do it, all the councils have done it themselves. Now, in Mid-Suffolk, there was zero consultation with the community. It was all done from desk studies. Now, this is why we did the experiment up in King's Lynn, where we actually engaged the community and they actively approached ORS to be counted. And the result of it is that ORS ended up with a massively increased gypsy count, which basically identified that their previous studies were unreliable and uncredible. Now, my understanding is, and this is taking into account that Ashley does know a lot of people, that didn't happen on this study at all. If it did happen, then there wouldn't have been the problem with definitions that have occurred. Now, the definition problem on the ORS study in King's Lynn, my understanding is that ORS have admitted that they've excluded 5 to 10% of the actual people who they counted because they excluded them through the definition. And they're now being included on the next iteration of their GTAA. But there is agreement that you've got to go and get the definitions right, which is in the glossary of the GTAA, because otherwise you end up, gypsies only live in caravans, and they don't. They live in a wide variety of composite structures, all of which fall underneath the definition of a dwelling house.
When you say there hasn't been adequate consultation in this study, so the RRR, GTAA, what would you have expected to have seen that hasn't been done in particular?
I'd expected them to get their definitions right and consult on their definitions as part of the ITTT. I would also expect them to have done, because the last time what we did with the GTAA was look at the planning records of the councils rather than the enforcement notices and the caravan sites register, because you can pick up most of the gypsy traveller population through looking at those 3 data sources, and also the environmental health records for the travelling showmen. Travelling showmen seem to have been majorly excluded from this study, which is unusual because they've got a very large site in Norwich. And it's a question of going forwards from that. Now, at the moment, if they'd worked off the baseline properly and talked to people, because if they'd gone to Mr. Loveridge, who's one of the sites which is being promoted, he knows almost, it's not Ashley Grant, it's talking to the community, and they will make a decision as to whether or not they will participate with the study. Otherwise, it tends to come from third parties.
From my perspective, I'm trying to understand fully the point you're making and your position in its fullness before I go back to the council, because it's hinted at in your hearing statement, but it's just helpful for me to have it expanded upon, really. which is the reason for the questions, Mr. Carruthers.
Yeah, I understand.
It's, as I understand it, and as you've just articulated, is it fair to say your position is the definition they've used of Gypsy travellers, which is that aren't caravans? Is that the point you make? The central point you're making?
That's one.
Sorry, Annette, am I dropping in and out here?
Your broadband may be being a little bit glitchy there.
You're now.
It's summer holidays at the moment, and my kids are at home, and they are under strict orders not to use the internet. So if I, has it been a problem before now, or is this the first time it's dropped out?
The first time. It might have just been the last piece of your previous point that was missed, sir.
Okay. Thank you for alerting me. Obviously, do so again if I begin to lose connection. If I need to go downstairs and keep the kids off Minecraft, then I will do. But okay. The point I was making, Mr. President, like I say, it's for me to fully understand your position more than anything else. So, is your contention that because the definition of gypsy and traveller that's been used is too narrow and has excluded, as you've said, people in bricks and mortar accommodation and structures other than caravans, that there's been an undercount and therefore a failure to consult the gypsy and traveller community in its widest sense? Is that the point?
Well, what you have is you have.
Point. Have I understood you correctly there?
Not quite. You have definitions of pitch. You have definitions of gypsy traveller site are contained within the GTAAs. They're in the glossaries, and it's a reasonably standard setup as to what they use. Now, those are the definitions that they used for the surveys. Right now, we ended up, and I know this from King's Lynn, is we ended up with ORS excluding people who lived in caravans but also had a house where it was an extended family, or they had a building in a barn. It's sort of like extended day rooms. They were excluded because they had buildings on the site from the final survey count. And that's where the definitions become important, because if you're not working off a standardized definition, then the survey is not going to be right. Even if you do consult properly. Right? Now, the problem that comes out of it is if you don't consult properly, you then compound the definition problem. Now, I think we've got over that, because I understand that the Greater Norwich Partnership are adopting the definitions, and this is what came out of the Norwich hearing. They're adopting the definitions that were agreed with ORS, which are just sensible definitions. And it sorts out their definitional problem. Now, in the King's Lynn area, as I've said earlier, it's sort of like the definition change will lead to a 5 to 10% growth in the number of pitches required. And I see no reason to doubt that will be the same for Greater Norwich. And that's without looking at the consultation issue. Because the consultation issue there, when they did their 2015-16 survey, which is on the same scale as the Norwich one, they will acknowledge the fact that they picked up about 40 to 45% of the gypsy traveller population, but they identified that was the entire population rather than the population estimate. Now, this time they picked up probably between 60 to 65%, because the gypsy travellers that were excluded have used it as a mechanism to go and identify to King's Lynn that they want a site and they want their pitches passed. So they've all put in their planning applications. Now, they were able to go and see the benefits of doing that through the ORS survey. Now, that benefit wasn't taken forward with the RRR one because it was prior to Lisa Smith, and there wasn't any need to go and do it. But there has been this effort put in to try to go and get the Lisa Smith forward-going GTAAs correct and see them as a population estimate rather than an absolute number. It's sort of like they should be plus and minus, not these absolute numbers that all the GTAA providers put in because that's what the councils want.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Carruthers. That's been helpful to me. Mr. Banham, there's been a few points raised there about definitions and consultation. Do you wish to respond? Thank you.
As I said, the RRR study gives two figures. We're applying the higher figure, the ethnic need figure. That's in line with the Lisa Smith case. So I think that aspect is addressed. You'll notice in our hearing statement, we're absolutely clear about definitions in the sense of we look at general residential caravan need. That was done in 2017 by RRR in the original accommodation needs assessment, and we look at gypsies and travellers. Gypsies and travellers and travelling show people, and again, there's specific needs identified there. So my belief and my understanding is that the definitions we've followed correspond with the PPTS in light of the Lisa Smith case, and I think if I understood Mr. Carruthers correctly, he said that we had got the definitions right.
Thank you, Mr. Banham. Mr. Carruthers, do you wish to come back?
Yeah. Firstly, it's not for the Secretary of State or RRR to go and provide the definitions. It's for the council themselves to provide the definitions. That's in PPTS 2015. And there's been a generalised failure by the councils to put forward definitions, which is why an industry standard's been required. Okay. Now, RRR will not have counted every gypsy in the Greater Norwich area. I know that's the case, or travelling showmen. There's a whole lot at Lenham who haven't been counted. Lenwade. And that is just life. It is a population estimate. It is not an absolute figure. If people don't want to be counted as part of an ethnic group, taking into account the problems that can occur if you do identify yourself, then they won't identify themselves. It's as simple as that. And the council will find that they have an undercount. Now, that is just life, but it's not an absolute figure that you're going to meet through the planning definitions.
And so is your position, Mr. Carruthers, then that an allowance should be made in the need assessment for that potential undercount, and the fact that people who should have been, who inevitably won't be captured at a study-wide level, there should be an allowance built in to account for that. Is that your position? Is that the failure of the study in your view?
That's one of the failures of the study. It's the failure to include. It's a population estimate, and no population estimate is any more than an estimate. So it should be able to go and put in the confidence limits. Now, the confidence limits that we ended up on the King's Lynn study is we increased it by about 80 pitches through the community deciding to participate. Now, that's a reasonably big confidence limit from the previous GTAA, and had a reasonably large number of homeless people included, because King's Lynn said they needed, I think, 5 pitches, and we went up to 120 odd. So it was 5 pitches plus or minus 115, because Mr. Grant's correct about the fact that the gypsy traveller community tend to be localised, and and family is very important, so they tend to stay in the same location. But they'd missed out 115 families. And they were homeless. And that's just due to not being counted. So they had 5 plus or minus 115, 120, and I think we only picked up around about 60%. Now, they flit into the Greater Norwich area as well, these families, because the families are, in many cases, exactly the same families as in the Norwich area.
Mr. Banham, did you wish to respond to those points from Mr. Carruthers?
Yes, I mean, we consider the field work to be robust, as we've already discussed. Obviously, it's very difficult for us to survey gypsies and travellers who are in bricks and mortar accommodation, which is why the RRR study includes at step 15, it's 10% for psychological aversion for those in housed accommodation. I don't know the context to the King's Lynn situation, but we as a partnership feel that we have engaged with the community. I myself have spoken to several gypsy and traveller landowners about the promotion of their site, as Mr. Grant. His service obviously covers the King's Lynn area, so he may have some further points about what has been done differently in King's Lynn.
Mr. Grant, did you wish to come in?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I have been involved in the King's Lynn survey, but only as a party that was actually interviewed and asked at the time what unauthorised encampments are aware of, what are the unique characteristics regarding King's Lynn and West Norfolk. Because when we talk about King's Lynn, we're not just talking about the town of King's Lynn, it's King's Lynn and West Norfolk. West Norfolk strays onto the Fens, which most of us know is one of the actual historic strongholds of the Gypsy, Roman traveller community. I believe King's Lynn and West Norfolk have over 120 licensed caravan sites, and as Mr. Carruthers has said, a lot of them are relating to farms and that sort of thing. So my only view of the King's Lynn is I've worked on that on the edge really, and just supported ORS with a number of their questionnaires. So I don't really have a structured view regarding the King's Lynn area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Mr. Carruthers, your hand's raised. I think I'll just say this at this stage. I think we are reaching 11 o'clock. I do want to think about a mid-morning break quite soon. So I think we'll take a final comment for you, Mr. Carruthers. Final response from the council. I think that's probably me covered on the GTAA. But Mr. Carruthers, you can come in first, and before we go to the council. Thank you.
I have nothing else to say, provided that the GTAA providers go and get decent definitions, and the council start building in confidence limits.
Okay, thank you. In which case, that's covered all of my questions on the GTAA itself, and by a happy coincidence, we've reached the point at which I'd usually break for the middle of the morning. I make it 3 minutes past 11. I'm going to suggest we take a break till 20 past 11, at which point we'll move on to questions 9, 10, 11 and 12. I think from my perspective, there should be time to conclude those within the morning session. I always anticipate question 1 was going to take the majority of this session, or around half of it at least, and then we'll look to move on to matter 17 this afternoon. But with that in mind, I'll thank you all for your contributions, and we'll adjourn until 11:20. Thank you. Annette, I see your hand's raised. Is there a procedural point to be raised? Thank you.
Thank you, Inspector. Yes, I just wanted to make you aware that at 12:30 in the offices of the GNLP building, there will be a fire alarm test. And obviously it will only impact the hearing if any of the GNL speakers are speaking at the time of the test. But they're not evacuating the building. It is just a test. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And obviously microphones off when that's taking place, please, to the partnership. Okay, and if necessary, we can pause for a moment to deal with that as well. Okay, in terms of the agenda, as I said at the outset, we're following through the list of matters, issues and questions that were circulated some weeks ago. We covered question 1 before the break, and my aim is to cover questions 9, 10, 11 and 12 before the lunch break. Moving on to question 9, which is, have the sites proposed for allocation been selected using a robust, objective and consistent process? I think it struck me reading through the representations that there was a degree of overlap between this question here, question 9, and the first question under matter 17 under issue 1. And that question is the allocation justified and supported by the evidence? I think what I'm going to propose to do for the purposes of the discussion is to try and keep the site-specific discussions and any site-specific concerns dealt with under matter 17 this afternoon. I think, for example, Mr. and Mrs. Stewart made a number of detailed points about the methodology. I think purely from a structuring perspective, I'd probably prefer to keep those comments in this afternoon's discussion just to prevent duplication. I think that probably would aid the logical flow of the discussion. Okay, with that being said, I've got a point of clarification I wanted to ask the partnership under question 9. It's my reading of the documents that the pool of potential sites that have been identified for Gypsy and Traveller provision, of that pool, is it the case that in essence all of those that were considered suitable and that were available have been proposed for allocation? Is that a correct understanding? Thank you.
Not quite, sir, in that our starting point, of course, is a site promoter, willing landowner, a credible proposal that the land is on the table for allocation. There are a handful of sites that we assessed and consulted upon. So, for example, for the consultation that we ran in January, you will see under, I think it's document H 2.1, that in addition to the favoured sites, there were 3, I think it were, which weren't deemed to be suitable through the site assessment process, and likewise through the consultation that we ran between June and July this year, where we consulted on 3 further sites. There were 2 sites there that we've decided aren't suitable for allocation.
I think perhaps going to phrase that question slightly better. So apologies. Sorry. I think what I was driving at really is it struck me that certainly in comparison to housing sites, you were dealing with a much restricted pool of potential supply, such that there wasn't a particularly large choice of sites to choose from, if any sites to choose from. Really, is that a fair reflection of the site selection process?
I think there is, as you know. So when we submitted the GNLP in 2021, we didn't have any specific sites for gypsies and travellers, and in topic paper H.3 we do discuss the work that we did to identify possible sites. Some landowners did come forward, and they were following the GNLP process, and they proposed sites themselves. So examples of that are at Strayground Lane in Wymondham and the Eastgate Corston site, where the landowner was proactive. The other work we did was to relook and reanalyze all the allocations that we are making through the GNLP to see whether there was any potential for gypsy and traveller sites within those. there wasn't. We also engaged a local land agent to search for sites on our behalf. But what was a fruitful exercise was the engagement work we did with the community, and several of the sites we're proposing for allocation are existing sites where through our engagement work, the Gypsy and Traveller owner of that land is promoting their site, and on occasions has then gone on to appoint their own agent to act on their behalf.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pan. Mr. Carruthers, did you wish to come in?
Yeah, I've got 2 points which I can make quite shortly. The first issue is the Sutton site was put forward and was rejected, but we're still left with the problem as to where the Sutton site is to go. The residents are mid-Suffolk / South Norfolk residents, and the last time there was a consultation, the consultation resulted in 3 deaths of the Gypsy Traveller community directly as a result of the impact of the consultation that South Norfolk engaged in. Now, I don't want to see that happen again. The second point that I've got is there appears to be an issue over habitats regulations, because currently there appears to be a misinterpretation of how habitats regulations works by Natural England, because they're working off European sites, and local authorities have a responsibility underneath that as the competent authority. Now, the issue that comes up is that the European sites have specific habitats and species that have to be available for there to be a significant effect on them. And there appears to have been lines drawn around SSSIs without determining whether or not they meet the criteria of the European site. Now, that's led to flawed nutrient neutrality plans, as well as recreational assessment plans, which does impact on the Gypsy community.
I think to return to a point I made earlier, Mr. Carruthers, that point about nutrient neutrality and habitat regulations is not one that's in your statement. And in that sense, I haven't prepared for it. And obviously, Natural England aren't here to discuss those matters. So I'm not sure how far we can take that point, given it's a new point and the parties who would need to be here to discuss it aren't here.
I've only just become aware of, and the reason I've become aware of it is some work I'm doing in Dorset, where there is zero effect of some Gypsy sites on what are termed European sites, which were wrongly identified as being European sites because they don't meet the criteria. And as a consequence, they have a 400-metre exclusion zone around them, which has removed a large amount of land and led to closure of a large amount of Gypsy sites.
Okay, I'll take a brief comment from Mr. Burrell, notwithstanding what I said a moment ago.
Yeah,
Mr. Burrell.
So if I could just make the point that we have discussed through the hearings in relation to both policies 2 and 3, Natural England have been involved in discussions on both nutrient neutrality and visitor pressure, and policy 2 or 3, depending on how the main modifications are finally framed, will cover this point. It will be part of the Greater Norwich Local Plan.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burrell.
No, if I could just intervene very briefly. I'm in the very unusual situation of having been an ecologist and also a European official. And I hadn't looked at this until I looked at the Dorset issue. And a very large amount of land is being affected by flawed advice from Natural England as the conservation advisor to local authorities and also to government. When the sites don't actually qualify as European sites, the species are wrong and the habitats are wrong. They don't meet the definitional requirements. And they've made an assumption that the SSSIs are the basis of it. and their consultants, I think in Norfolk it's mainly Place Services, Essex County Council, have drawn lines around things based upon SSSI sites actually being European sites, when it's not the case.
As I said before, I don't think we can get into this as a matter today, and the reason for that is it isn't in your statement. I haven't prepared for it, nor is the partnership, and we've had full and lengthy discussions with Natural England on other hearing sessions on nutrient neutrality, on policies 2 and 3. I just don't think we can get into it today, given it's a new issue and the relevant people aren't here. I'm not prepared for it, and nor are the partnership, so it's not something we can have a fruitful discussion about from my perspective.
No, it's something to be aware of, though, because there does appear to be an issue on it.
Okay. Mr. Banham, did you wish to come back on anything that's been said?
Obviously, I take your point, sir. Just for ease of referencing, we have used consistently the same company for our habitat regulations assessment. All the Gypsy and Traveller sites have gone through that work. The work was updated in May, and the key document is H5.2. Mr. Carruthers also mentioned the Sutton site. I don't know whether you want me to make any comment there.
Is that a site that's within the GNLP boundary or outside of it? Was it referenced to in Suffolk? Was made to Suffolk?
The Sutton site is south of Wymondham. It was a planning application made in 2019. It was refused. The appeal was heard in 2021. The council, South Norfolk Council, are dealing with the site. I think there's around about a year to remain on compliance with that site.
Okay.
And probably I should also add that it's referenced as VCHAP GT Site 3, and the assessment of that site is in at the end of document H2.1.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further comments on question 9 itself, which relates to the robustness of the allocation site selection process? Councillor Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Hatfield, and good morning to you. Apologies for disappearing then. I had a power cut in the rain here in rural Norfolk, but I'm back on for now. Okay. I just had some reservations, or 2 reservations, regarding the robustness of the consultation that we've had here for some of the sites. I won't go into site specifics now, as I know that's later. Just regarding the speed and pace of it, the consultation got extended because a lot of the public certainly weren't aware of that they could actually take part in the consultation, which left me a little worried with the process. And also with the number of sites which were put forward, I think there's probably not as many as they would have liked. So certainly they've put forward ones which they feel will be kind of suitable. And I just feel there's been an element of that being rushed to kind of get to that point there regarding some of those sites. So I just wanted to make those 2 points. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Rostron, your hand's raised.
Yes, as a sort of outsider to this debate, this is not my specialism at all, because I'm interested in the environmental issues. But I just wanted to ask, had account been taken of 2 things? One was the fact that this is a green wedge going out to the countryside and used by an awful lot of walkers and the community of Wymondham. And also the effect on the county wildlife site. That was taken account of. I'm just trying to check what they took account of when they did this work.
And that's a methodological point about the study, I take it, whether the study as the site assessment process as a whole took account of those constraints.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Banham, do you wish to respond to those 2 points, please?
So the first point from Councillor Thomas, I think he's probably referring to the consultation that we ran between January and March. We did indeed extend that consultation by a week. That was in response to giving more people from, I think it was Lingwood, chance to respond. As a council, we'd been asked to attend a meeting there that we, and that site has subsequently been dropped. Documents for that January consultation were prepared and given to committee in late December. I've just been passed a site a note about the environmental assessment has not been Environment Agency has not been objected to, and neither has it been objected to by Norfolk Wildlife Trust.
Well, I think just to pause you there, Mr. Banham, and I mentioned this point at the outset, is in terms of how we structure the discussion, I want to deal with all the site-specific points this afternoon. We'll come on to Strayground Lane, both of those sites, and the other proposed allocations, and that, so those points won't be lost, but purely in terms of how we structure the discussion and make best use of hearing time, I'd like to keep the site-specifics till later. It was the point about whether the methodology for your site assessment process had considered those points for all of the sites. Thank you.
It had in two ways, sir. So at every stage of the consultation that we ran in January, and then subsequently the additional sites in June, we asked our sustainability consultant Lepus to appraise every site with the same methodological framework as they had done for other sites. So there's a range of SI criteria. I think from memory, SA 15 deals with ecological and biodiversity sites such as county wildlife sites. So it was something that Lepus looked into in the first part, and then the second part, as part of our site assessment work for every site, we also look at not only European designations but also local designations too, and things like priority habitat.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Banham. Ms. Rostron, your hand is still raised. Is that from before, or is it for a new point? Okay, thank you. Are there any final points on question 9 before we move on? Okay. In which case we'll move on to question 10 then, which is the approach to the provision for travelling show people effective, justified and consistent with national policy? Should the plan set a target for travelling show people plots? And I think that second question perhaps was indication as to what I thought about that matter. And I note that the partnership have proposed a plot requirement in its suggested modifications to policy 5. And we'll come on to that policy wording later under question 12. A quick question from me on proposed allocations, because there are no proposed allocations for travelling show people sites. Mr. Banham, were any potential travelling show people sites put to you through your investigations into potential site allocations? Thank you.
No, none, and that was both prior to submission in 2021, and similarly no further sites have been put to us for travelling show people.
Okay. The approach you're proposing would in effect seek to deal with it through the criteria-based policy. How sure can you be that Windfalls will deliver the 43 pitches over the planned period? Thank you.
The basis of the work we've done here is set out in the statement, and you'll notice that we in 2021 agreed a statement of common ground with the Guild that has sort of 3 threads to it, which is to agree the needs evidence, the approach to policy, which is the windfall policy, and the commitment to work together to bring sites through the development management process.
Well, the question I asked was more of a delivery question, really. I mean, what confidence can you have that these sites will come forward at the rate, or at the, I should say, the number anticipated through purely a criteria-based approach? I mean, have sites come forward at a similar rate in the past?
No, they haven't, but we are committed to working proactively with the Guild.
Yeah, I do have some detailed points I want to make about the policy wording. We'll come on to those later. Mr. Carruthers, did you wish to come in?
Yep. Question 10, there seems to be an exclusion of the New Age hippies. There's a very large number of people provide services to festivals in the region, and they normally encounter the council's enforcement officers and tend to flit around old farmyard sites. They are an increasingly important part of the local economy, is basically and they seem to be being neglected.
When you say neglected, is it that they haven't been picked up in the GTAA assessment, or they're being neglected in another sense?
They're part of the guild, the Showman's Guild, and they fall outside of that. They do Latitude, Glastonbury, stuff like that, and they do the stages, the lighting, tents, the rest of it, and there's quite a large number of them providing these services.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Banham, did you wish to respond to those points?
I haven't got any points. Mr. Grant may have some views on the point about New Age travellers, but I don't, sir.
Mr. Grant.
Thank you, sir. I'm not aware of any potentially large New Age travellers in the Greater Norwich Local Partnership. Mr. Carruthers is correct. There is a large, vibrant community in Norfolk and Suffolk, and there is quite a large encampment that's been tolerated for many years in Suffolk. So I can't add much more than that, really, but it hasn't really come up onto my radar as well. And also with the show guild as well, when we're talking of showmen, to use that actual generic term, they have for many a decade been very self-sufficient and have a degree of finances which allows them to put forward applications when they see fit. Show Guild is a very strong organisation with extremely good membership, and my interaction has been few with the Show Guild because they don't tend to come across the same issues that other members of the Gypsy Roman Traveller community have. I find them very self-sufficient and financially quite sound, so they don't tend to come across my radar that often. Thank you.
And is it your experience, sorry, Mr. Grant, just to confirm, so your experience of working in the partnership areas, you rarely come across New Age travellers and people of the sort Mr. Carruthers described? Yeah. Is that your experience?
No, I rarely come across the Show Guild because they're so self-sufficient and well organised. I do come across New Age travellers, but not so much in the Greater Norwich Local Partnership area. But what we do have, and I'll only just briefly touch on it, sir, because it might be out of our remit, is we're having a growing issue with people living alternatively due to the financial crisis and wishing to live in caravans and there is many an encampment I have which people believe a Gypsy Roman traveller, which in fact end up being just actually regrettably homeless. So I think that is a growing trend as well, and I think there will be a great amount of confusion going forward as to who is from the Gypsy Roman Traveller community and who is just homeless due to the present economic downturn. I'm now finding as many, if not more, non-GRT, non-Gypsy Roman Traveller, unauthorised encampments than I do people from the Gypsy Roman Traveller community now. And I think going forward, there'll be probably a switch in our business to support districts with potentially mobile homeless. So I think there's a whole raft of issues from there. But I only wanted to touch on that briefly, sir, because I appreciate it's not in our remit and it's not part of what you wanted to discuss. But I just wanted to give you more of an overview. Thank you.
Mr. Grant. There's two hands raised. Mr. Carruthers, yours went up first.
Yeah, to Mr. Grant's issue about, well, the fact about the settled community also using caravans, there's an increasing number of people also using boats, and most of the areas that have are boating centres have a large number of homeless people living on houseboats. The issue that I was talking about is the festival people who fall outside of the Showman's Guild and are normally linked with the New Age travellers, but they actually provide economic services to the festivals. So they sort of like fall out of everyone's radar. They are economically independent. But there are a large number of firms that provide services to the festivals. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Carruthers. Councillor Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Hatfield. Just a quick clarification, if I may. As part of the ongoing work that Mr. Banham's team and Beyond is doing, they will always be looking for sites ongoing beyond this work that we're doing at the moment. Is that correct? Sorry.
Mr. Banham, did you want to pick up on that? And also Mr. Carruthers' point.
Yeah, I think the local plan process of which this is part is one that will be repeated, and obviously we'll be looking to make decisions in the future about what form that new local plan takes. That was my response to Councillor Thomas. I wasn't quite sure of what point you wanted me to respond to Mr. Carruthers. I apologise, sir.
It was the point about New Age travellers and people who might economically support festivals. And I think just sorry, as a point of clarification to Councillor Thomas, I might be able to assist in the sense that obviously my role here, Mr. Warden's role here, is to examine this local plan, which the partner authorities have submitted. Obviously, there are allocations that are proposed, which we're examining today, but there's also a criteria-based policy that's suggested in policy 5, which would mean that alternative sites not allocated in this plan would be assessed against that policy at planning application stage. I think that's, happy to be corrected by you, Mr. Bannon, but that's my understanding of the process, if that helps provide the necessary clarity to Councillor Thomas.
Thank you,
Mr. Bannon, but Mr. Bannon, the point, like I say, from Mr. Carruthers was one regarding, I think, people particularly who economically provided services to festivals. Glastonbury was one that was mentioned. Obviously, there are others as well.
I'd probably defer to Mr. Grant's answer and say that is obviously going to be a subject that we will have to monitor further in the future.
Okay. I think I've heard all I need to hear on question 10. So I'm going to propose we move on to question 11, which is, if negotiated stopping arrangements are to be used for transit provision, how would this work? Which land would be used? What procedures are in place to ensure any such approach is effective? Now, the partnership's response in its hearing statement says that its approach to unauthorised encampments has similarities to negotiated stopping arrangements. Excuse me. Be helpful just to start the discussion if the partnership could describe why they consider that to be the case, including how its approach works in practice. Thank you.
This is probably a question where I should defer to Mr. Grant because it's his team's service that operate this policy.
Mr. Grant.
Thank you, sir. Negotiated stopping places. We in Norfolk and Suffolk don't use negotiated stopping places as such, because technically you still need to identify a piece of land to actually direct the occupants of an unauthorised encampment to. Obviously, that piece of land needs to be sound, safe. When we talk about negotiated stopping places, we normally talk about the Leeds Gate model. Leeds Gate is a traveller charity up in Leeds, and they championed an approach with Leeds City Council, which has become this Leeds Gate model. We in Norfolk and also in Suffolk do something slightly different. We use an unauthorised encampment protocol, and in essence, this protocol is toleration if possible, eviction where necessary. So when we've been notified of unauthorised encampment, we attend and we do a welfare and safeguarding check, which is quite a robust document, and we look at all the pros and cons. We then have a multi-agency protocol meeting where even the occupants of the encampment and councillors are allowed to attend. A decision's then made, and if toleration is agreed, there is a number of conditions put in place for that toleration. So it's very similar to negotiated stopping. We come to an agreement, and then from that agreement, we work forward, and then we review every couple of weeks, or actually dependent on the circumstances. The reason we don't use an actual negotiated stopping place, because it's very difficult to acquire a piece of land that everybody, including the general public, is happy to use consistently as a negotiated stopping place. So potentially every unauthorised encampment is a negotiated stopping place, if possible. And at this moment in time in South Norfolk, we've tolerated one family for the past 8 months. I think I alluded to it earlier. And that is, we're trying to get them accommodation. They've finally decided that roadside living is not for them. It's extremely bad for your health, as you can imagine. Life expectancy can be as much as 20 years less. Absolutely terrible health and diet. So they've decided they want to come off the road, but we're supporting them with accommodation, or trying to obtain the accommodation they want. That is a negotiated stopping on a piece of highway for, as I said, the last 8 months. And that's the approach we take across Norfolk and Suffolk. So we don't necessarily use the Leeds Gate model, but we use our own variation if we possibly can. And of course, we've spoken about the fact that at this moment in time, South Norfolk have a 6-pitch temporary stopping place at Vorborough next to the Cossey Park and Ride. That is presently being refurbished once they can secure contractors, and will no doubt be used actually going forward as well. Where we're I won't go into the technicalities of negotiated stopping places and temporary stopping places, but with a TSP, a temporary stopping place, personally as a police officer previously, using police legislation under the Criminal Justice and Public Order Act of 1994, you could direct an unauthorised encampment to a temporary stopping place. If they chose not to go, you could evict, and that effectively took them out at my time when I was using that legislation for 3 months from an unauthorised encampment in that area. There isn't any case law that I'm aware of police being able to use a negotiated stopping place to direct travellers to, or an unauthorised encampment to, that temporary stopping place to initiate police legislation. So
just if we can keep it to the realms of the planning regime,
of course,
interesting though, I'm sure we'll find the police legislation. It's I mean, I'm sorry to cut across you. There's a couple of points just wanted to raise before they were lost, really, a couple of questions that sprung to mind. So you mentioned an alternative site that's been identified. So would that be a temporary stopping place? Would that be a tolerated site? What's the position with that site you mentioned?
The site where we have the travellers at the moment who've been there for 8 months.
I think you mentioned the site at Cossey.
Yeah, the Barbara temporary stopping place is a purpose-built facility of 6 pitches where people who come into the area can reside for a set amount of time. Has hard standing water, fenced off, and that's an approach that North Norfolk use as well. So that is a purpose-built site.
Sorry, so is that in effect a transit site?
Yes, that's what you would call a transit site. A temporary stopping place can also be called a transit site. A negotiated stopping place is a piece of land deemed suitable for someone or people to be tolerated for a set period of time. Doesn't necessarily have the same facilities or hard standing that a transit site would have.
I'm familiar with that distinction from elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you've described the approach you take. Is that based on an adopted council policy, or is it an informal approach that's just been agreed in practice?
It's an adopted council approach, which at the moment we're updating, and a new unauthorised encampment protocol is being discussed and ratified at the moment, and should be out by late summer, early autumn. And it's just, and that's really some amendments that the Norfolk Constabulary wanted to make due to new policing legislation that came in last year. So yeah, it's a partnership document that becomes ratified by the councils and as used as a guide to support an unauthorised encampment.
And is that on the examination library at present, Mr. Banham? Is that policy document that the council use?
No, it's not.
No, because it's currently in draft form at the moment, being discussed with district and county councils and also other partners.
So there's not a adopted version.
I can supply you a copy of that, sir, if you would like it, but I'd like you to bear in mind it's still in draft and it's not finalised.
Okay. When there's a couple of hands raised, Mr. Carruthers' hand was raised before, Mr. Beers' hand's raised now. I do just want to finish my questions before I come to other parties participating. It's just in case I cover it before you do. I've got a flow I want to follow. So, and I will come to both of you in a second. Are there specific areas then where unauthorised sites are tolerated, or is it on a case-by-case basis as an unauthorised pitch becomes known to you?
It's on a case-by-case basis. We attend, as I said, we have a detailed safeguarding and welfare document we cover. It then goes to a unauthorised encampment protocol meeting, and a decision is made if that is a right and proper place to tolerate. So case by case.
What's been your experience of how that's worked in practice in terms of addressing unauthorised encampments, Mr. Grant?
It's worked, I think, extremely well. If we can tolerate, we will. And when we do evict, or unfortunately have to evict, there is definitely a pressing need to, and that can be a whole raft of circumstances.
And what proportion of unauthorised encampments do you tolerate? And over roughly how long a time are they tolerated for?
Right, that's been slightly skew-whiffed since COVID, as you can imagine, because trends have changed post-COVID. During the COVID pandemic, we were tolerating encampments for an extreme amount of time because it came from central government that was best practice, because obviously we didn't want people moving around during the various lockdowns. So that made sense. Encampments are normally tolerated from 1 week up to 6 weeks. We had one recently where we were tolerating because the family had come to administer care to a family member who was unfortunately terminally ill, and they were administering end of life care. So obviously we tolerated that, unfortunately, until that family member passed away. And it's really just a case-by-case basis. As I said, we've got an encampment we're tolerating now for the past 8 months to try and secure them accommodation. So, but the amount that are tolerated in the original position we find them in, I would say 50%.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Grant. Mr. Carruthers and Mr. Beard have been very patient, so thank you for bearing with us. Mr. Carruthers first, please.
I think you've answered the questions already. My understanding, though, is that Leeds is in the process of abandoning its stopping places policy. This is mainly because the travellers that were affected were constantly being moved on from authorised site to authorised site. And it was no different, really, to what they were previously experiencing.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bear.
Hello, hi. I get my question is, given that the needs assessment gave 0 for transit requirements and need, it sounds like quite a lot of people are being tolerated, which of course toleration is a good thing, and it's good that the council is giving people in special circumstances time and all of that. But maybe where tolerance is good, perhaps provision is better, and this tolerance is not the same maybe as the Leeds, although I take what Mr. Carruthers just said, as the Leeds situation in Leeds Gate, where people are able to use temporary stopping places, or further than that, transit pitches provided for in a needs assessment. Yeah. So my question is, how can transit pitches be calculated at 0 when so much toleration is required?
Okay,
so can I answer that one, please?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Thank you. The examples I've given, apart from the long-term toleration of 8 months, they are the only local family. As I've said, most of the unauthorised encampments my service comes across Norfolk and Suffolk are non-residential to our area. So they've come in. The one I said about the end-of-life cover, they've come in as far as Scotland to support a family member, and then subsequently went back to Scotland. So these are not families wishing to reside for any length of time. These are families that have come into our area for a specific reason, be it supporting family, births, deaths, or marriages, and then gone back to their own residence or the area that they feel loyal to. So as I said, apart from we've been very successful over a number of years in finding accommodation for all our local unauthorised encampments that had who I would class as truly homeless. So we haven't identified a need, as Mr. Carruthers said, and he's quite right. There are some fundamental flaws with the Leeds Gate model, and that's why we didn't really look at it any further than the model which we use, which we found successful over a number of years, which is, as I said, toleration where possible, eviction where necessary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Grant. I've heard all I need to hear now on question 11, so thank you for your contributions on that point. That brings us to question 12, which is the detailed question relating to the policy wording, including the modifications that have been proposed by the partnership which for reference is appended to the partnership's hearing statement. So that's the partnership response to matter 6, homes, on the examination library. I think the easiest way to deal with this from my perspective is to simply use the proposed modified version attached to the partnership's hearing statement. That's at page 11 of the PDF, if that helps people find it. And we'll run through that and discuss it. And if people wish to come in on any of the detailed points I raise, or wish to raise a point about the part of the policy we're discussing, then feel free to come in. As with before, I'll raise my points first and then come to hands raised in the room. Okay, detailed point from me to start with. The first page of the proposed modified policy 5. There's 2 bullet points at the top of that. It's a detailed point, but it uses the word elsewhere at the end of that bullet. And it struck me that you might have situations where replacement provision is provided either on site or within part of a larger site to which the application relates. So it struck me that the word elsewhere wasn't helpful and potentially could limit or undermine you achieving what you want to achieve on certain sites. Also struck me that the words alternative and being were superfluous, really, such that you could have a criterion that reads replacement pitches or plots are provided. That was my thoughts. I'm happy to take a comment from the partnership on that suggested approach.
We often apply the maxim less is more, and I think your suggestions there would work well, sir. Okay,
it's a detailed point for effectiveness. Like I say, I can foresee situations where there might be some hostages to fortune in that policy wording. Okay. That was all the comments I had on that first page of the policy, which is on page 11.
Could I just a small point that Mr. Burrell and I recently noticed, that in the table on page 11, we should, for accuracy, combine the land at Strayground Lane, Wyndham Recycling Centre, and land at Strayground Lane, Wyndham, as a single line of providing 12 pitches, assuming that's where we get to this afternoon.
That strikes me as being sensible. It was something I was going to raise as a question this afternoon. We can revisit it later if necessary. But given that it's one allocation with one policy, I think it makes sense, just so that the plan is as clear as possible to reflect it in that way. So I think I'd agree with that suggestion, Mr. Bond. Any other comments on page 11 on that first page of the policy before we move on to page 12? Okay. Oh, Mr. Carruthers.
Right, this third bullet point underneath the table, that probably is superfluous, and it's sort of like 22. The number of windfall pitches should be increased.
So is this the last bullet point at the bottom of page 11?
Yeah.
Relates to windfall.
Allocation for approximately 10 developable pitches at Kettering should probably be wiped out, and those 10 pitches added to windfall provision.
And is it presumably it's your contention therefore that Kettering shouldn't be an allocation if that's what you're suggesting?
Well, I don't think the council can guarantee it's going to be delivered, is more to the point. And it's basically we're looking at a 5-year period is where the need is, because they'll be doing another GTAA before this one runs out.
Okay, well, we'll return to the issue of delivery of that site, and a couple of people have raised that point under issue 2 this afternoon. I mean, particularly question 2 under issue 2, which relates to the 6 to 10 and 11 to 15 year period. So we can return to that point later. And similarly with windfalls, I think we'll deal with the detailed policy wording now. Obviously, there may be implications for the policy wording depending on findings myself and Mr. Warden might reach post this session.
Yeah, but we then go to the minimum of 30 deliverable pitches for the 5 years, which is probably, yeah, that gets, because you've then got the windfall up underneath it, which is fine, but that should be not up to, it shouldn't be to 2038 necessarily.
The windfall shouldn't be to 2038. Okay. We'll come if it's a point about the windfall allowance, we'll return to that this afternoon. I understand that it's the position of a few people or a few participants in this hearing session that the windfall allowance is too generous or shouldn't be included, but we'll cover that point later.
It's not too generous, but it does need to be taken into account because that's the criteria-based policy.
Okay. So what's your concern with the 12 pitches, that bottom bullet point relating to windfalls being included, Mr. Carruthers, just so I understand your position?
Well, basically, it's during the remainder of the planned period, because what they're saying is that there's not going to be any windfall from up until it's basically 12 pitches through the windfall through the remainder of the planned period. So it's like the plan is running from year 1 to year 5, after which it will probably be replaced. And provided there are windfall pitches there, and there shouldn't be too many problems. But whether or not the allocations will happen is a different matter.
We're looking at criteria now. Does the wording imply, given that you have the way it's structured, you have the allocations which are anticipated to be in the first 5 years, Ketteringham 6 to 10 years, and then it says during the remainder of the plan period, it implies the windfalls will be post 2032.
Yes.
I think, presumably, Mr. Banham, that wasn't your intention. Your intention was that the windfalls would come across the plan period. Is that correct?
Our approach is to follow paragraph 10 of the PPTS, and part A of that says that we should have a 5-year deliverable supply of specific sites, which we've done. And then I think point B of paragraph 10 talks about broad locations for 6 and 10, which Ketteringham fits into, and then the windfall is there for later in the plan period. That doesn't prevent windfall sites coming forward in the short term. It's just a feature of how we've prepared our trajectory, which is in I think it's H3.2 of the document library.
Okay, I mean, I think the point that Mr. Carruthers is raising, and I think it's a reasonable point, is that could that wording be interpreted to say that there shouldn't be windfall delivery before 2030? It's a development management policy in effect. You could just say 12 through windfalls and not specify the time frame. Or would that raise issues I've not foreseen?
It wouldn't raise issues. I mean, obviously, we're open to windfall development at any time during the planned period. I think the only point we were trying to achieve by including that was to show that in combination of our specific sites, the Ketteringham site and windfall, we could hit the needs as identified by Triple R.
Okay. It's a detailed point, and I'll leave it with you. As I've said before, with other detailed policy points, particularly ones I've raised, in formulating a response to the discussion, I'm happy to have sight of an early draft just to provide some detailed feedback.
If it does help give Mr. Carruthers some sort of comfort, that obviously in the proposed text on the beginning of page 12, we do talk about planning applications coming forward at any time in the plan period.
No, it's just I'm aware of sometimes how South Norfolk operates. the more windfall and the longer the period for windfall, the better, because that gives choice to people as to where they want to live.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the trajectory now, Mr. Banham. The trajectory assumes windfalls from 28-29 onwards, so immediately beyond the 5-year period. My only concern would be that the policy wording implies that they're coming forward after 2032, so there will, on its face, appear to be a discrepancy there. I'll leave it with you to reflect on in terms as to how you address that. I'm happy to provide some comments on any form of wording as we've done elsewhere.
Yeah,
I think you've
you've
heard my concerns and you've heard the discussion. Okay, moving on to page 12. The paragraph at the top of page 12 and the bullets beneath it address windfall sites. So those sites not allocated in the plan period. It struck me that given there are no allocations proposed for travelling show people sites, that perhaps a different and more permissive approach should be taken to travelling show people sites than to windfalls for other sites for which allocations are also provided. And that could mean having one paragraph dealing with travelling show people sites that sets out the need figure and then some criteria for travelling show people sites, and then another paragraph dealing with windfalls in the broader sense. I think given that there aren't any allocations for travelling show people sites proposed, and there is a reasonably high need, I think a distinction in how those two categories of site are dealt with may be necessary. I'm happy to hear comments on that, but I think bundling them all together as windfalls and dealing with them under the same criteria when there's no allocations for one category of need and allocations for the other category struck me as a discrepancy. Happy to hear comments on those thoughts, but that's where I'm coming from at present. Thank you.
I've just conferred with Mr. Burrell. We're happy to redraft the policy so we show windfall sites separately to the need for travelling show people. So we're happy to take that recommendation away, sir, and redraft the policy accordingly.
I think in addition to that, there are different requirements for travelling show people sites, which are different. Sorry, travelling show people plots, I should say, which are different from other types of gypsy and traveller site. And I think that also would strengthen in my mind the necessity of having one paragraph and potentially bullets to follow dealing with one category of site and then another for windfalls.
Absolutely.
Like I say, happy for you to go away and consider that and come back with some form of wording which addresses my comments.
Yeah, we'll make sure that we don't lose the final bullet point, which is to reflect the storage needs for travelling show people, for example.
Yes. Detailed comments in that first paragraph as well, which like I say, more zoomed in nature. To me, the first two sentences don't really make sense as policy wording, and they read more like introductory or explanatory text. I mean, it's obviously the case that applications can come forward anytime in the plan period. You don't have any control over who submits a planning application. So that first sentence is superfluous, really. And rather than say this will enable the delivery of a minimum of 43 travelling show people plots, I think the wording you use above, which is the need for X number of plots, will be provided for by, you could say, sites coming forward as windfalls, subject to the following criteria, something along those lines. There is obviously the next sentence talks about inside and outside. There's a typo there between within. It says within our outside. It should be within or outside.
Apologies.
That perhaps needs to be retained in redrafting that particular caveat. But a couple of detailed points for you to consider in redrafting the policy there.
Thank you. We'll obviously look back over this video and follow those thoughts up.
A couple of comments on the bullet points that sit beneath that paragraph. The second one, well, the first one isn't crossed out, but the second one in the list is meets an evidenced need. what's that intended to address, and how could that be demonstrated? Because that struck me as being somewhat unclear. Thank you.
I think our intention there is that we would, in decision making, have reference to the evidence, either the current evidence or future evidence, such as a GTAA, for instance. I think also as well we'd be obviously looking at the application as well, and trying to understand the needs of the applicants who are making the application.
I mean, the slight concern I had when I read that criterion was that it might be interpreted as, if you were, in your view, able to demonstrate a 5-year supply, that the portcullis might come down because there was no longer an evidence need. And obviously that's not an approach that's taken to general housing sites. A 5-year supply is required to demonstrate, but it isn't a cut-off. I appreciate. So that was what it just struck me as meets an evidence need. Well, in what sense? There wasn't anything in the explanatory text that fleshed it out in detail. And like I say, my concern was that could be potentially interpreted as portcullis coming down once a 5-year supply can be demonstrated. But it might be that there are sites that meet all the policy criteria that could come forward in any case, even if a 5-year supply can be demonstrated. That was my concern. I'm happy to take comments from the room on that.
It's a real,
Mr. Carruthers, your hand's raised.
it's a real concern. A large number of councils work on a criteria-based policy, which refers back to if they've got a 5-year supply, they don't need to supply, and you then end up at appeal, which is a waste of everyone's time.
Mr. Banham, do you wish to comment on my thoughts and Mr. Carruthers' subsequent comment?
I mean, if your strong opinion is it should be struck out, then we'd be content to do that. I mean, obviously we've tried to write the policy in a permissive way and to effectively encourage windfall applications through the plan period. So it certainly isn't our intentions, as you say, to sort of pull a sort of portcullis down. But yes, we I think we'd be content to remove that if you thought that was the best approach, which is the sense I'm getting.
Well, the question I asked really was one to understand why it had been put in and how the partnership intended it to operate. Obviously, it's your modification that you've proposed,
Sure.
It's your policy. So it wasn't clear to me how it operate. My concern was about the potential lack of clarity in the clause that's been put in and the different ways it could be interpreted. So I wanted in the first instance to sort of seek a view from the partnership as to why it was there and how it was intended to operate, notwithstanding the concerns of interpretation I've shared with you.
Okay. Yep. Our approach has just been to be very, very focused on the identified needs and to ensure that our allocations or windfalls meet that need. So that was, I think, the reason why we put in. It was no more complicated than that. It certainly wasn't seen as a way of trying to limit future windfall permissions. It was simply just a reflection of our focus on trying to find sites to meet the evidence need.
Okay. Mr. Carruthers, did you have a supplementary point to make?
No, I'm happy with that.
Okay, it was just your hand was raised. So if that was a legacy hand, no problem.
It's a legacy hand.
I hate that term, legacy hand, but I did use it, so I introduced it into the discussion. I do apologise. Okay. Okay. Look, it's a detailed point. Like I say, there's a lack of clarity at present. If the partnership's going to reframe that section of the policy in any event, as I've suggested, then perhaps that could be borne in mind in a next iteration. I'll leave that with you at this stage, Mr. Banham, but you've heard my comments on that matter.
Yep, thank you, sir. Will do.
Moving on to the next bullet point, which reads, is it within easy travelling distance of schools, services and shops, preferably by foot, cycle or public transport? It struck me that obviously most gypsy and traveller sites are not within the urban area, and that's reflected in the proposed allocations that the partnerships themselves have put forward here. And it's therefore not appropriate to have precisely the same accessibility criteria for gypsy and traveller sites as you might do for bricks and mortar housing. And in that context, I wondered if that criteria was somewhat too stringent and slightly out of step with PPTS. That was my thought. I think it's potentially a relatively easy remedy, and it might just simply be a case of replacing the word easy with reasonable. But like I say, I mean, I deal with quite a lot of gypsy and traveller appeals, as well as in a local plan context, and I'm aware in both a local plan and a Section 78 setting that sites are, in the vast majority of cases, in rural locations. So I think PPTS makes or points towards this point as well. So it's whether that criterion is unduly stringent, given the nature of gypsy and traveller sites that will come forward and in fact are proposed in this plan. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, I've just confirmed with Mr. Burrell. We would make that change from easy to reasonable. We recognise the points you make about gypsy and traveller sites often being slightly more rural than other sort of developments, such as for housing. We were obviously just trying to strike a balance between what the PPTS says and not having gypsy and traveller sites in the open countryside. So I think your solution helps us a lot.
I'm not saying that there should be no accessibility criteria. It's
Absolutely.
whether it's sufficient. It needs to be, but it does need to be distinct from bricks and mortar housing.
Yeah.
I mean, you've heard my thoughts, and I'll leave that with you to reflect upon. One final point on that bullet point list. The way it's phrased at present, it's a closed list. So sites will be permitted. Permission will be permitted where the site : and it implies just those criteria. So there isn't the hook you often see that says and meets other plan policies. And in that context, there isn't anything about effect on landscape, character, and appearance, which jumps out to me as an omission. Again, it's one I'll leave with you in redrafting this section of the policy, but it's just something to bear in mind, especially when the policy is framed as a closed list of bullets like that.
Certainly, so we'll look at that again.
Okay. That concludes my comments, so that's the list of comments I had on the policy wording. Are there any other comments from around the room which I haven't picked up, or any points that I haven't picked up that people would like to make? Okay, thank you. In which case, we've concluded now question 12, and with it matter 6, which was the programme for this morning's session. We've made reasonable time. It's just before 12:30, which is half an hour before the end of, or before the morning session was due to finish. I see Miss Feeney has appeared on screen. Just wondering, in order to ensure we make the best use of time and hopefully finish today, is there any merit in bringing forward the afternoon session considering we're finishing half an hour early, whether we can bring it forward to 1:30? Would that cause any problems with anyone? Is there anyone who's not in this session who will be in this afternoon session who wouldn't be aware of that change? No.
From the partnerships perspective, so we would just bring in Mr. Hewitt, but I know that he's available, so I can just get a message to him.
Is there anyone else that would cause a problem for if we reconvene this afternoon at 1:30 instead of 2?
I think, Inspector, all the participants for this afternoon joined this morning in any event, should this occur, that we needed to be pulled forward. So I know from the attendance that they are in the meeting.
Okay. In which case, we'll do that then. I think that gives us the best chance of finishing today rather than using the reserve day tomorrow, which if we can avoid, then we should probably try and aim to do so. Okay, well, thank you all for your contributions this morning. Because it's 12:30 now, we'll return at 1:30 to cover matter 17. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, it's 1:30 and time to resume the hearing sessions. Before lunch we covered matter 6 and completed the questions related to that matter. And this afternoon we'll move on to matter 17, which relates to the site allocations in the first instance, and then moving on to the supply of pitches over the plan period. Similar to this morning's session, we'll follow the questions and the order set out in the matters, issues and questions document, which has already been circulated. I just during the break, Annette, I caught a couple of the things you said, not entirely, about Ms. Riccardi's ongoing issues with regards to connecting to the session. Has she now connected via mobile phone? Has that been successful?
Previously, Ms. Riccardi had managed to do that briefly, but we had tried to resolve it so she could join fully on the Teams. We have failed. So the position as we have it at the moment is Ms. Riccardi can fully listen and keep up to date with the Teams conversation. And then when it comes to any input that she'd like to have, she's going to join by mobile phone, and she has instructions on how to do that. So apologies for that slight sort of glitch in proceedings, but it does mean that she can participate fully as required.
Okay, and if there's a need for a short delay in between you raising your hand on Teams, Ms. Riccardi, and the phone call coming through, that's no problem from my perspective. We'll try and accommodate these things as best we can. It's the nature of the beast with Teams and other such video technology. Really, there's hiccups that can happen.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Like I say, we'll deal with the site allocations first under issue 1, and we'll take them in the order in which they appear. The first of the allocations is GNLP 5019, which is land north of Shorthorn. Shorthorn or Shorthorn Road? If the partnership could assist me, I'd be grateful. Shorthorn. Shorthorn. Okay, thank you. I think this one is atypical, as I don't have any further questions about it. I think it's the only one I don't have any questions about. Questions 1 to 4 are addressed in the evidence and written submissions. The partnership's hearing statement was helpful in that regard, and there were no local objections to this site. I also don't have any comments on the policy wording in this case. Do the partnership wish to comment on this site before we move on to the next slide?
No, nothing to add.
Okay. Thank you. But the second site, number B, is Romney Meadow, the Turnpike. Question for the partnership first. Is this site in the same ownership as the adjoining established site?
Yes, it is. The joint delivery statement is signed by John Leverage, who's the owner of Romney Meadow and the adjoining land.
Okay, thank you. And how is the figure of 6 additional pitches arrived at for this site, please?
That was in discussion with Mr. Leverage, who, when I spoke to him, he said that was how many pitches he would like to expand to, and then as part of our site assessment work, we've considered whether that is an appropriately sized area of land, and as you can tell from the proposed policy, we think it is.
So in terms of calculating the number of pitches on the sites, and this is a general point rather than just relating to this site, have you generally sought to agree those with the site owner rather than basing them on any standard assumption about the footprint a pitch may occupy and then multiplying that by the site area? Because obviously there are different ways of calculating the number of pitches. It's been one based in discussions with the site owner in your perspective.
That's absolutely correct. You know, our approach was to engage with the landowner, ascertain that the site was available and they had control of the land, and then the second part of the conversation was how many pitches they wanted to propose.
Okay. What proportion of the site is affected by surface water flood risk? Is that something that's raised in the site assessment information as a constraint?
I couldn't give you a percentage figure, but there is a surface water flow path that, from memory, moves east to west. It's only a small part of the site, but we thought it was nevertheless worth mentioning in the policy requirements to avoid putting caravans and hard standing across that area. But the amount of available land is plentiful for the number of pitches we're proposing.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. So let me call up the policy wording next. Give me 2 ticks. So for those who are following in the room, the policy word proposed site policies for each of the proposed allocations are appended to the hearing statement, the Matter 17 hearing statement from the GNLP. Okay, and this for this site, GNLP 5020, it's on page 26 of the PDF. I should say at this stage, it's a standard thing we'll do for each of these site allocations is look at the policy wording. It doesn't indicate I've made my mind up about these sites, but it's a standard process we'll have to go through for each of the sites we discussed today. Okay, couple of comments from me. Bullet point 2, relating to surface water flood risk. It refers to a surface water flood risk assessment. As I've indicated before, I do an awful lot of planning appeals as well as local plan work, and it's usually a flood risk assessment that gets submitted rather than one that's focused on just surface water. It's a detailed point, but it's almost always a flood risk assessment. I think the EPG refers to flood risk assessments rather than flood risk assessments that relate only to one aspect of flood risk. Also, in terms of the effectiveness of this policy and not seeking to conflate the need to provide evidence on the one hand and to take care with the location of caravans on the other, I think this bullet would be much clearer if there was a full stop after flood risk assessment and then something along the lines of caravans and other structures should avoid areas at risk of surface water flooding. Avoid is the term that's used in the framework with regards to flood risk. Perhaps it's a fine point, but I think that's the term I'd like to use with regards to flood risk, and that for those comments to be rolled out to all the policies, because I think this wording is used again and again on other sites.
Yeah, that's a modification we would happily make.
Okay. Similar modification or similar comments with regards to bullet point 3 about an ecological assessment. It's a detailed point again, but it says and nearby sites mitigated. Sorry, impacts on protected species and nearby sites mitigated. It just struck me, and again, it's a fine point, that you don't know at this stage whether any impacts that are identified can be mitigated. It might be that you might need to avoid developing on a small part of the site, for example. And I think getting into that level of detail, saying is it requiring mitigation in a policy, I think it's probably one for the actual ecological appraisal once it's been produced and dealt with through the development management process. So I think the wording that's used in the policy for GNLP 5019 is preferable. Let me just call it up. So it says, for example, GNLP, the wording in policy 5019 says an ecological assessment, in this case arboricultural survey, must be carried out to identify impacts on protected species. What you then do about those impacts obviously needs to be informed by the assessment of the impacts themselves. Again, that's a point that applies to the policy wording for other sites as well. Just go back to policy 5020 now. A final point, and again, this is another detailed point. Bullet 5 relates to pollution mitigation measures are required. It's similar again. You might not know until it's perhaps one for you to reflect on, but you might not know until the application stage, once the investigations are done, whether mitigation measures are in fact required. And perhaps it would be better and more effective for the policy to require an assessment to be undertaken. And then the need for any mitigation measures or otherwise is then informed by that assessment at development management stage. So when a planning application is dealt with. Okay, so those are my fairly detailed comments on the policy wording. Are there any comments from the partnership on that, or any comments from others around the room?
I think from the partnership's perspective, we're happy to make those changes. I'm sure you can appreciate. So what we were trying to achieve was to identify the assessment and ensure the mitigation was achieved. But the wording that you've suggested, we will happily take on board.
That's understood, and the principle of requiring these things is accepted. It's purely the fine detail of how that's achieved in an effective way. Okay, we'll move now on to Site C. It's worth saying that there's a few we'll probably go through quickly because there were few objections and I have a few limited questions. That won't be the case for some of the sites we come to in a short while, where the discussion will be far longer. Site C, which is land off Upgate Street, Carlton Road. Just call that up. Okay. How was the figure of 4 pitches arrived at for this site, please?
This was in conversation with the landowner, Mr. Gatehouse, through our work with the Gypsy Traveller Liaison Server. So I think at this point he came to us via the landowner for 50/20, and the conversation I had with Mr. Gatehouse was based on the number of pitches he wanted to increase his site for, and then again we assessed it and thought that was a reasonable density given the constraints of the site. This site is looking to expand within the existing curtilage of the site as it was originally permitted.
The reason for the question is when I visited this site, I noticed that it seemed to be well used at present. There were existing pitches, there appeared to be some scrap metal storage, and there appeared to be a paddock that was being grazed at the time. So it was just to ensure that there was land within the site that could accommodate the additional 4 pitches. That's where the question was coming from.
Yes, I mean we're confident of that position. The site has currently 2 pitches on it. We think it could comfortably accommodate 6.
And that's been confirmed by the landowner.
Yes, and again, we've for each of the proposed allocations, we've got a joint delivery statement, which is in section H7.
Okay. The first bullet point of the policy requires a highway safety assessment to be submitted. And I noted that the scoring in the site assessment information was amber for site access. So what's the reason behind that? And what was the highway authority's view on this site?
Mr. Dolman may wish to add to this, but if you look at just to the north of the access into the site is a bend on Upgate Street, and whilst not opposing the allocation, the highways authority advice which we had whilst doing the site assessment was that they would just want a means to have comfort that there wasn't any issues with visibility in and out of the site.
I suppose when I saw the terminology in the policy, a highway safety assessment is required. It implied that there's at least some potential that a safe and suitable access couldn't be achieved. Is that the highway authority's concern, or are they clear that this site, subject to an appropriate provisions which could be achieved, that this site can be safely accessed?
The highway authority position is that they're happy for the site to be allocated. I think the requirement for the highway assessment was just to give them added comfort about the visibility display.
Mr. Dolman, did you wish to add to that? See if you've turned your camera on.
Good afternoon, sir. Richard Dolman, Norfolk County Council, representing the Highway Authority today. Just to pick up on Mr. Banham's point, really, when the Highway Authority looked at this, I think there wasn't anything available in terms of evidence around vehicle speed data, and so essentially we flagged that up at this point in the process just to make sure that if the site were to progress, then a sort of speed survey is done at the entrance and the appropriate visibility displays are formed. I think it was really just to kind of pick that up as a specific issue, because that was something that had come out in our original assessment, but there's nothing in that suggests that it shouldn't go forward. It's just that is a piece of evidence that will need to be gathered and then acted upon in looking at what the detailed delivery of the site is.
Mr. Dolman, from your perspective, are you comfortable that a visibility display, an appropriate visibility display, is achievable given the layout and the features of the site?
Obviously, we don't have the detailed evidence that we've asked for, but at this point, we're confident that the site could progress, and that if that work is done, then an appropriate solution is likely to be able to be found. Obviously, we're only dealing with an allocation at this stage. We've not got all the detail of application before us.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dolman. A couple of further points on the detailed policy wording. Bullets 2 and 3, same points I made before apply here. Bullet point 4, there's a stipulation relating to Buns Bank linear earthwork. Just looking at the precise wording the partnership have suggested there, and also Historic England's comments. Historic England simply asked for a statement to the effect of to protect the Buns Bank linear earthwork. And so the additional text that the partnership have attached is an archaeological assessment were required prior to development. It is a detailed point, but the way that policy is worded, it implies that the archaeological assessment will itself protect Buns Bank, which is not the case. If the Buns Bank is outside of the site, then but adjacent to it, then the archaeological assessment in of itself won't protect Buns Bank. It'll just inform anything that's within the site. So it wasn't clear to me, first of all, that's a correct interpretation, at least of what I've seen of Historic England's comment. It's a detailed point and perhaps one for you to reflect on, but I just wondered if it could be made to be clearer that the requirement is to protect Buns Bank linear earthwork. And perhaps the requirement for an archaeological assessment is a separate point, albeit a linked point, because the archaeological assessment itself isn't going to protect Buns Bank. If you see what I'm driving at, it's perhaps a fine point, but I think to be clear and to be effective, I think the policy wording just requires a little tweak to get that right. I'm happy to hear comments on that thought, Mr. Bunn.
We're happy to take that point away and just deal with that. You're absolutely right, sir. It's a potential fragment of Buns Bank, which is roughly 200 metres to the west. So yes, I see the distinction you're drawing there.
Thank you. Okay, any final comments on this site before we move on? Okay. The third site is land off Upgate Street. No, that's a site we just dealt with, apologies. The fourth site is land at the Oaks, Reepham Road, Falsham. Question for the partnership to start with. Again, is this site all in one ownership?
Yes, this is a site that was promoted to us. I think it was around October last year. The landowner engaged with us. We discussed the number of pitches that the landowner, Mr. Morgan, wanted to develop the site by. There's various sort of constraints of the site, but as you can see, it's a very large site at 3.1 hectares. Since then, the landowner has engaged an agent, and I believe Mr. Beer is still on the call, and as I understand from conversations with Mr. Beer, they are progressing well towards a planning application and addressing all the or most of the issues that are set out in the policy.
Okay, I'm going to see a couple of hands go up. I'll come to those in a moment. I just want to finish my line of questioning first. So how was the figure of 5 additional pitches arrived at? Because as you say, this is a much bigger site than some of the other sites, some of which have larger capacities than 5.
That was the number of pitches that Mr. Morgan said he wanted for I assume his family members who would wish to be on the site as well.
Okay. And again, is it clear that can be achieved given the presence of surface water flood risk, which I understand affects part of the site?
Yeah, again, Mr. Beer may want to comment further, but I suspect that the majority, if not all, the 5 pitches will be positioned to the north of the site. From memory of the flooding map, the flood surface water flood risk was more to the south, and the route of the pipeline crosses sort of east-west through the middle of the site. So there are options to go both north and south of the pipeline. If it was developed to the south of the pipeline, there may be more sort of area which is less suitable due to flood risk, but I think there's several options on how this site could be laid out when the application comes through.
The site assessment information rates the site access as amber, and the policy wording again states that a highway safety assessment is required. It'd be helpful for me just to understand what the highway safety concern here is, and whether there was an objection from the highway authority to the proposed allocation. Thank you.
No objection from the highway authority. They're happy for this site to be allocated. Mr. Dolman may wish to speak further, but my understanding of their position was they just wanted to be assured that the visibility displays would be able to meet suitable standards when the planning application comes in, and their request for further information through the highway safety assessment would just be their means to ensure they had the necessary data at hand.
Mr. Dolman, is that the case?
Yeah, I don't think I've got anything further to add to that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Thomas, you've been very patient. Do you wish to come in?
Thank you, sir. I'll just clarify from the outset that I'm speaking as a ward councillor, as Falsham's within my ward that I represent on Broadland Council. And I just wanted to throw into the mix that there's 1 or 2 planning compliance issues at the moment on that site in terms of additional pitch, which I think doesn't have planning, and an additional entrance as well, which doesn't have planning. So why, in principle, I don't see any real issue in expanding the site, but there's certainly a few issues there which should be addressed before any further planning is granted. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Beer, did you wish to come in?
Hi, yeah. So firstly, yes, Michael Highbury's planning is representing Mr. Morgan, and we'll be putting in a planning application this year. We're currently awaiting results for irrigation tests, which will then lead to a drainage scheme, which will look to, getting rid of any issues with drainage or surface water. There's also the issue of nutrient neutrality, which will be dealt with. along with, as you say, highways and the relevant visibility displays and suitable standards, will be with my colleagues, and all those drawings and relevant plans will be part of the planning application. In terms of the unauthorised elements, we seek to authorise these. One reason, I think, one complaint was against a pitch that was currently in use, which we justified due to a vulnerable position of Mr. Morgan's daughter, who is now in a better place, and we appreciate the consideration from the LPA on that. I think that's about it. In terms of expansion to the site, Bill would like 5 pitches in the near future, but I suppose in looking into the long term, there may be room for further extensions should the flood risk allow and the surface water be manageable, as well as the gas pipe, which is on the land.
Presumably the five pitches, I mean, as I've said before, I've dealt with plenty of gypsy and traveller appeals.
Yeah.
Are the 5 pitches with 5 particular residents in mind, family members, for example?
Yes, I believe the 2 pitches they're trying to get in the short term will be for immediate family members, and the following 3 can be used in the short term for transit family, close family who will come for kind of seasonal work and things like that, and visiting. And then in the long term, that will be also further family for permanent residential use.
Okay, that's helpful. I mean, I noted the point that was raised by both Councillor Thomas and responded to by Mr. Beer about planning compliance. Just from my perspective, I'm purely dealing with a local plan. So whilst those are discussions to be had perhaps outside of this room, I understand they're important to local people. Yep. Purely in terms of my remit, they're not something I can really comment upon. So it's just to make people aware of that. Okay. Are there any other comments about this site that we haven't covered already before we move on to the detailed policy wording? Okay, thank you. Okay, in terms of the policies then, bullet points 2, 3 and 6, I think it just relates back to points I've already made. And again, those comments apply equally here because the same wording is used. A detailed point, but bullet point 7 seems to have been cut off partway through, such that a final sentence has been lost. So it's perhaps the box has been. I know these things work in Microsoft Word. You drag the box and you cut the text off. Perhaps that just needs to be dragged down to incorporate the final line, which is repeated for other sites.
Apologies, sir, for that.
No, not at all. It was just to highlight it, really. I've done it myself on Word, so we've all been there. Okay, that's everything on site D then. Moving on to site E, which is land at Strayground Lane, Wyndham. This encompasses both allocations. So under this discussion, I'll take comments in relation to both the larger and the smaller parcel of land. A detailed point for the partnership first. How has the assumed pitch numbers been arrived at for this site, please? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to respond on that point, sir. The discussion with the county council was simply based on looking at the footprint of the site. The site is covered by hard standing, so we considered that comfortably 1 and also comfortably 2 pitches from the site, but 3 would be too many for what is a rather neat rectangular site, but nevertheless a small site. The discussion with the landowner of Part A was simply based around what we thought was appropriate, given the highway. Sorry, I'm receiving a.
So it sounds like someone's bit of a Jimi Hendrix style wah wah bar on the guitar. It's the echo effect. Is that?
It's Miss Riccardi has joined by phone. So Miss Riccardi, you would need to turn your volume off your laptop to save the feedback, and then just use your phone to speak and hear.
Okay. So, Ms. Riccardi, if you were to mute the audio on, yeah, as you've done, and I'll wait for you to log back in.
Thank you.
Yes, sorry. So the discussion on Part A, or 5023 as it was then, emanated from discussions with the landowner. The landowner came forward, I think it was in October or November last year, saying that he was aware of our search for sites. We then looked at the site and suggested 10 pitches based on a combination of factors, including the potential for landscaping, and there's a small area to the southwest which is flood risk that we wanted to consider, and also there are, as I'm sure we'll come on to later, highway constraints to the site. So 10 pitches was arrived at in discussions with the landowner.
Okay. I mean, the reason I'd started the discussion on capacity. I'm hearing. There's an issue here again with the audio, isn't it? I mean, is Ms. Riccardi able to join the discussion on just mobile phone, but perhaps being in a different room from a computer? Would that work?
Yes, it would. I think it's. Sorry to interrupt. Yes, you're right. And Ms. Riccardi, if you called from another room, that would be the best thing, and you can follow the meeting on your phone. Thank you.
It's the interference between the two. I mean, I'm guessing it's the interference between the phone and the PC. So if there's some distance put between the two.
Thank you.
I'll just give you a moment, Ms. Riccardi, just to go to a separate room and see if that assists. And I'll just put my camera off and my microphone on mute for a moment while we wait for Ms. Riccardi to try and reconnect.
Thank you. Hello, Ms. Riccardi. Can you? Hello.
Hello.
Hi, that's great. We can hear you now. I'm going to hand the meeting back to the inspector and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Well, welcome back, Ms. Riccardi. There's no issue now with disturbance, so that's perfect. That seems to have worked. I suppose the only disadvantage you'll be at compared to the other participants is you won't be able to raise your hand to alert me to your interest in making a comment. So perhaps if you just say I'd like to speak or something like that, just a verbal cue that allows me to know that you wish to come in at a certain point, and I'll bear that in mind, and I'll treat it in the same way I would treat a raised hand in the Teams app. Is that okay with you?
I really appreciate everybody's accommodation on this, and if you would rather just to take my whole comment at one go, I'm happy to do that.
Well, I can hear you loud and clear now, and the way these discussions usually proceed is it's responses to a discussion rather than reading comments off or reading pre-prepared speeches.
That's fine. Yeah.
But just please say something along the lines of "I'd like to come in," and then I've got it registered that you wish to speak.
Thank you very much.
And believe me, I've had inquiries where I've dropped out 2 or 3 times. So it happens to the best of us. So don't worry about the disruption. It's the nature of the technology.
Thank you.
Okay. There's a hand raised, which I'll come to in a second. I just wish to finish my line of questioning on a couple of points before I open up the discussion to the room. Mr. Banham, before I turn my camera off, we were discussing the site capacity and how that had been arrived at. Part of the reason for raising that as a point was because on my site visit, it struck me that the smaller site was quite narrow and quite shallow in depth, and it was trying to envisage how a shared access point, which I think is a requirement of the policy, could be accommodated for what were sometimes larger vehicles and touring caravans, and 2 separate pitches with a static caravan, a tourer, and circulation space around it. So it's just what if it's a council-owned site, what was the basis on arriving at 2 for that rather than 1? Because as I said, my first impression on visiting it was that it looked tight, to say the least. Thank you.
I think I'd acknowledge your assessment as fair. So we just felt that given the sort of access into the site, which you'll appreciate is sort of currently in the middle of the site, it would then create the opportunity for a single access in with the site essentially splitting in half along sort of a north-south line, if you can imagine that into 2.
Okay. I mean, maybe that comment will be, or that concern will be allayed to some degree if the requirement is going to be relating to both sites, and then the 12 could be spread across the 2. It was just really to understand how you'd arrived at that figure, but I think you've answered that point now. Is it Mr. Cubitt? Sorry, is that how you pronounce your surname?
Yes, Richard Cubitt for Authorised Property Company. Just on the capacity, yes, our discussions did come to reach an allocation of 10, but I'm sure you've seen on your inspection our site would accommodate a larger number of pitches than 10. And indeed, the providers we are in preliminary discussion with us would say that more than 10 is more attractive to them in the ongoing management of the site. So there is capacity for more than 10 within our larger site on Strayground Lane.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. In terms of constraints to this site, there's an outstanding objection to the larger site from Norfolk County Council as the Highway Authority. What was the partnership's reason for departing from the Highway Authority's view on this site? Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll come in on this point. So we took note of the technical highways concerns that were made. Officers at the districts have considered the site and as a matter of judgment, consider there is no reason in highways terms to reject the site. This judgment takes into account the recently collected evidence, which is in the Paul Muse study. That's document H9.11b. Our view is this clearly shows that the use of the local highway network will be significantly reduced as a result of the household waste recycling centre. That is a policy requirement. Well, it's not set out directly in the policy, but the policy will not allow the development to take place without the closure of the household waste recycling centre. So we're happy to rely on this recent, well-evidenced, detailed and dedicated study. No doubt Mr. Cubitt will have some comments to make about that.
Okay. I think, as with the other sites, I've tended to do the policy wording at the end, but I think given the highways points that are raised, I did want to touch on a couple of the policy points in the middle of the discussion, because I've reviewed the document that was submitted by Surrise Properties and the Highway Authority's response. Bullet 2 of the policy talks about highway improvements being required to the passing bays along Strayground Lane and an adequate visibility display at the junction of Wharton's Lane with London Road. So 2 separate points there. Highway authorities say that the private passing places are private accesses that are not in the public highway. So if that's the case, can that policy requirement be realised? Is it implementable? Mr. Cubitt.
Well, I think if you are able to look at the Paul Mu transport assessment, I think you've studied it, and they were quite confident that any of the improvements and all of the improvements to the passing bays and additional features to the access roadway could all be made within highway land, and there was indeed no problem whatsoever with that aspect.
I've got the study open, the Paul Mew assessment open in front of me now. It was Appendix H, which detailed the passing bays. If anyone's looking on the PDF, that's page 61 of 69 on the PDF itself. The Highway Authority's response, as I read it, I'm happy to take a comment from Mr. Dolman, was that those bays were not public land. Is that your position, Mr. Dolman? And if so, why did you take a contrary view from Paul Mew Associates? Thank you.
Thanks, sir. So there's a couple of points here. One is it's the use of private accesses as passing bays. So essentially you're using the access as the passing bay, although there may be some highway there. It's not the way to provide passing bays. The passing bay shouldn't be someone's access. So that's the first point. And then the second point is very much around the width that can be achieved, and we would normally require for an acceptable scheme of passing bays, and we sort of it's gone slightly beyond some of the key issues here, but an acceptable scheme of passing bays would be minimum of 5.5 metres width that would be made available, and they would need to be intervisible. So I think what you've got here is showing sort of some things that can be done, but that they don't really meet the requirements of the Highway Authority.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, and feel free to clarify if you think I've misunderstood, are these within the highway boundary or not, I suppose, is the first key question. It struck me that you seem to be backing away from the statement that they were outside of the highway.
Sorry, I'm just trying to bring the bring the document up that has the highway boundary on it, and that's. Please just give me a second. I think you said it was page 61.
So within the transport statement, the proposed passing places, it's appendix 61 of the PDF. So when I say that, it's you can type the number into the top toolbar and it takes you straight there. That's the number to type in.
I've got there. So I think there's a couple of things just to raise here. Firstly, we don't have the scheme of highway of the passing bays shown on the highway boundary plan. So I think that and yet again, we don't have much detail in terms of that passing bay scheme. It was, when we looked at it, we didn't think you could get the width that was required within the highway that was there, which was to say it would be 5.5 metres. Secondly, and there's this other point, which is the use of private accesses as part of the passing bay, the network of passing bays, which yet again is something we would not support.
On that latter point, what's the concern with the use of private accesses as passing bays, Mr. Don?
Generally, they're
I'm asking that as someone who's a chartered planner rather than a chartered highways engineer. So forgive me if I'm asking questions of that nature.
No, it's in terms of the way that the highways use this kind of, we would want accesses to be available for those private individuals, and wouldn't want them to be kind of performing another function of the highway network. But it comes back to the point that actually, if we're going to look at a scheme, what would be a meaningful scheme of improvement on the highway network in any particular place, then the passing bays would need to be intervisible, and they'd need to be of an appropriate width to form a suitable scheme. As I say, we've kind of sort of slightly gone straight to passing bays here, but I think there's some perhaps other issues we might need to discuss around the wider network anyway.
I intend to come on to those as well, really. It's dealing with one issue at a time before we move on to the next, really. Mr. Cubitt, your hand's raised. Do you wish to come in?
Only to follow up on that the report is predicated on the detailed highway plans which we've or MU has acquired from the Highways Authority, which are likewise in the report, and they've undertaken their calculations of the passing bays linked to and associated with the highway land as shown on the Highway Authority's own plans.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Burrell, your hand was raised before. Was there a point you wish to raise, or has it been covered in the subsequent discussion?
Sorry, my point was about the wider highways network, which you now said you're going to go on to.
Well, yeah, I want to deal with these issues in turn, really, just to make sure we don't miss anything or get lost in the weeds.
Can I make a point here as well?
By all means, Ms.
Yes,
Riccardi.
I'm very interested in the usability of this road as a highway, both stray ground to the site and also Wharton's Lane, and it just doesn't seem to be wide enough for a start to accommodate everything that everybody's been talking about. And also, I wonder, and perhaps somebody can enlighten me, as who is going to pay for all this mitigation to the highways? Does this fall automatically to the highways, or does it get passed on?
Does the partnership wish to respond to those points?
Pardon?
Oh, sorry, I was asking if the partnership wished to respond to your points, Ms. Riccardi.
Oh, thank
Apologies.
you. Yeah, thank you.
So, in the allocation stating that this is a requirement of the permission, it would be the developer who pays for those improvements.
Oh, right. So that begs the question of who exactly is the developer.
It's as I said before, I deal with plenty of planning appeals as well as local plan work. The usual principle is that the developer pays for necessary upgrades.
Right.
That's certainly been my experience of dealing with planning appeals.
Who takes this on, whether it's Serious or the council or whoever. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are we also dealing with the Wharton's Lane entry into London Road issue here, or are you going back to that later?
Well, I'm about to come on to that.
Right,
my very next question. The way I tend to structure this is I've got a list of points I want to go through. So I think if people could keep their questions until we reach the point at which the matter comes up for discussion. I will ask at the end if there's points I've not raised that people wish to speak to, then there'll be an opportunity at that point as well. Ms. Rostron, do you wish to come in?
Yes, I'd echo Ms. Riccardi's point that this lane is so very, very narrow. I mean, at the current time, as a walker in that lane. You have to get up on the bank to avoid a vehicle coming towards you, and even quite a small vehicle actually, to feel safe. This isn't directly concerned with a traffic matter, but I would strongly object as well to altering the appearance of the lane by putting in a big enough passing bays that are required. So those are just my 2 points.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, as indicated a moment ago, bullet 2 also refers to an adequate visibility display at the junction of Wharton's Lane with London Road. Is that junction something that's an issue at present? Thank you. I mean, is it considered to be an unsafe junction as things stand now? I'll have to take comment from either the partnership or the Highway Authority in the first case.
So if I start off from the Highway Authority point of view, so it's a junction. The junction of Wharton's Lane is with the B1172. If you've been out on site and visited it, so you'll see that it's got a stop line on it, which indicates that the current visibility is substandard, and that stop line obviously can only be put in place with the approval of the Secretary of State. So current assessment of the existing arrangements is that they fall below what would normally be acceptable standards. So essentially the stop line is a retrofit measure to try and make things better than it would be. And primarily the main reason for the stop line is that there's a bridge parapet over the, I think it's a bit of the Mid-Norfolk Railway, and the parapet obscures the obstruction to the traffic side, and through that the speed limit is 40 miles an hour.
I think that's what I was going to come to really, is if the policy requires that the acceptable visibility display is put in, but it did strike me that it was the bridge parapet rather than a more easily adjusted or movable feature that seems to be the likely culprit for affecting the visibility display. And if that is the case, then to what extent could that requirement that's proposed at policy, the second bullet point of the site policy, which to recap states an adequate visibility display is required at the junction of Wharton Lane with London Road. Is it possible to comply with that policy, given it's a bridge parapet that's blocking the visibility display? And that's not something that can easily be moved. It looked like, to me at least, as if it was a safety parapet to prevent people tumbling down the embankment. In the partnership, question was directed.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'll answer in the first instance, and once again, Mr. Cubitt might want to add something. So, if the Paul Muse study, paragraph 6.21, identifies that a 62-metre sight line can be achievable in both directions at that junction. It contends that the manual for streets 2 is the correct standard to apply rather than design manual for roads and bridges. That's in paragraphs 5.15 and the underlined italics, and paragraph 5.14 concludes that the MFS design principles are therefore passable for this assessment. So the evidence-based assessment is that this is achievable. Just to remind you, this is recent dedicated evidence. In addition, crash map data shows 0 accidents have occurred at this junction in the last 5 years, and that's referenced in paragraph 5.22.
Thank you, Mr. Burrell.
Can I make a point?
Please do come in, Ms. Riccardi.
Yes, thank you. Let's pretend that I've been to the council dump and dropped something off, and I'm coming back, and I get to the junction 1172 and want to turn right. Now, to see properly, I have to put my car beyond the line, which impedes the traffic that's going out of Wyndham up the B1172. And all the previous gentlemen just said there's been no traffic accidents. It is difficult getting along there. It's not pleasant. Possibly the only way around it might be to ban all right-hand turns. I might want to think about that, but it didn't be possible. And the other thing is there's still some unfinished business at the moment with a planning application over at Abbey Motors across the road. And if it does go residential, there'll be another 70 cars coming out of there, plus the commercial stuff. So we can't say no, never. Just a couple of small points.
Okay, thank you. Okay, there's the wider point about highway safety. There's the narrower point about whether the policy itself is effective in that it can't be complied with. Either, as I'm looking at the Appendix I, which is the very final page, so it's page 69 of the PDF of the Paul Mew Associates document. That visibility display that's shown there appears to imply that the visibility is fine now. So if it's fine now, if that's the partnership's position, then why is it asking for further improvements to be made to the visibility display? Or an adequate visibility display is required if it considers one already exists. I mean, the narrow point is if that bridge part. I mean, I take it no one's contesting that bridge part point is pretty much a fixed point. If the council's, or sorry, the partnership's view is that it's not necessarily to alter the existing visibility display, why does the policy require it? It's perhaps one for the partnership to reflect on. But I'll take further comments now if anyone wishes to make one.
Richard Cubitt. I think Paul Mew's undertaken a very detailed assessment at the moment, and I don't think we can go beyond what they have concluded. And they conclude everything is fine, and as you rightly say, the visibility display at the moment for what is being used at the moment it is fine. And I don't think we should go beyond the conclusions at the moment.
Thank you. Ms. Rostron, you've got your hand raised.
Yes, I'm absolutely amazed that the traffic planners or a consultant think this visibility is okay. It is the bridge parapet, and frankly, as someone who's driven out there many times, it's difficult, if not impossible, to see what's coming from your right-hand side. So I'm sorry, but I don't accept their conclusion.
Thank you for those comments.
No, I don't either.
There was another point raised in the Highway Authority response about the issue of a lack of a footway along Strayground Lane. I think that was alluded to earlier. Is that in effect, from the Highway Authority's perspective, a pedestrian safety issue, the lack of a footway? Is that the point that's being made? Mr. Don.
Yeah, there is absolutely no footway provision along there whatsoever, and as you've probably seen from visiting it, the road surface itself is very narrow, and then the verges are overgrown and they're kind of overrun as well. Obviously, from a Highway Authority point of view, we are looking to try and identify sites that can be accessed by a variety of modes, and we obviously strongly promote walking and cycling. So it's another factor that really kind of counts against this site and the suitability of Walton's Lane, Strayground Lane. The ability that's available, particularly in the corner and the junction of Walton's Lane with Strayground Lane, then clearly, if there is pedestrian activity, then it's very hard for very hard for those vehicle movements to see those things.
Mr. Burrell.
Thank you. Could I just comment in relation to pedestrian access along there? It is a short section of Strayground Lane that is the issue, but by introducing passing bays, it will improve the situation. But there is a direct walking and cycling route across the Mid-Norfolk Railway. There's a very few trains there.
Okay. Mr. Burrell, you've gone to mute. Sorry. Apologies. I was looking at the map of the site, and I thought you'd finished your point, but I think you'd managed to put yourself on mute as of about 5 or 10 seconds ago.
I do apologise for that. I don't know how that happened.
The last point I heard, you said that there was walking and cycling route over the railway line. At that point, your audio cut off.
Yeah, over the Mid Norfolk Railway, which is very rarely used, and then via Cemetery Lane there's a pavement there, and then there's a sealed surface pavement across Tolls Meadow into the town centre with pedestrian crossings, access to a wide range of facilities via sustainable modes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Rostron. Sorry, you're on mute, Ms. Rostron.
Access to and from the town centre via Tolls Meadow. This is a long-standing issue of annoyance with residents. You come out of Tolls Meadow, there is no footway along the verge. You have to cross the main road with no benefit of an island refuge. It's not satisfactory now, let alone with more people using it, but that's a detail. Yes, Cemetery Lane's fine. There is a short length of footpath from there to join Strayground Lane. But really, I don't want to change the character of the lane. That is part of our stance at Greening Windham. So making any more facilities like footpaths and things probably wouldn't fit with that. What we would like to see is that becomes primarily a pedestrian route for walkers. That's recognised in both the neighbourhood plan and the upcoming green infrastructure plan. So traffic is the intruder on that lane, which is one of the reasons why we're not happy with the travellers' site. It's nothing to do with the travellers, but it will generate a lot more traffic because they can't get at the local services without getting in their cars. So that is my point.
Mr. Burrell, did you wish to come back?
Just to make the point, I think I made it earlier, but just to reiterate, the closure of the waste recycling centre will significantly reduce the amount of traffic using Strayground Lane and indeed Wharton's Lane. I think by around 50% is evidenced in the study. So the situation will be better through the closure of the household waste recycling centre.
Thank you. I mean, that's a point I was going to come on to actually. What's the forecast date, or what's the planned date, I should say, for the closure of the recycling centre?
It's 2025. That's set out in the joint delivery statement with the with Norfolk County Council Property Services. Christopher Hewitt may be able to provide some more detail there.
Mr. Hewitt.
Yes, thank you. I'm not heavily involved in that scheme, I must confess, but I am involved to a degree in this Strayground Lane site. But the County Council has resolved to relocate the household waste recycling centre away from its existing location. The new site has been acquired, I believe, and a project is underway to deliver the new facility in its new location, which will then free up this existing site for alternative purposes. And the alternative use that the County Council has agreed to put it to is to promote it for Gypsy and Traveller site. There is no formal approval to do that. It's a direction of travel that's been endorsed by our councillors, and that timescale is the one we're working to at the moment.
There's a resolution to dispose of this site. Is that the process that's gone down in terms of?
There's no formal resolution, but it's the direction of travel that's been endorsed informally by our members.
I think the wording you used was resolved to relocate the centre.
Yes, yes. So the resolution to relocate the household waste recycling centre would be a separate one from the resolution to dispose of or repurpose the existing one, if that makes sense. So there is an existing decision that will relocate the household waste recycling centre as a facility to the new location. There is no formal decision as yet about the future use of the site once the household waste recycling service has moved away from it. But the direction of travel that has been endorsed for that site is to promote it for gypsy and traveller use.
Okay. And the date of 2025, is that a fixed closure date, or is that something that could be subject to movement if there were delays in, say, preparing the replacement site?
I would say that it's a realistic target, but it could change if there were some unforeseen circumstances that delayed the relocation.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you, Mr. Hewitt. Another point that has been raised in the representations relates to the crossing of the railway line. So my question for the partnership is, have any safety implications of the pedestrian crossings been considered promoting this site? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. There are perhaps a slight complication. There are 2 railway crossings in the area. I believe the one that's been questioned is the Norwich to Cambridge and Ely line, which is just south of the site. That has recently, in recent years, that has stopped being a normal level crossing that traffic could use, is now for pedestrians only. It does have safety barriers and so on. I was there just recently. It is a safe crossing and has been adapted as such in recent years by Network Rail. It's the people using it are the people using it as green infrastructure to go to Strayground Lane out for access to the open countryside. And there are a couple of cottages the other side as well. So I really don't see that being a significant issue or an issue really. And then the other railway line I alluded to earlier, which is north of Strayground Lane towards Cemetery Lane. As I said, that does have a safe crossing and is extremely quiet.
Could I make a point here? May I make a point here?
By all means, Ms. Riccardi, come in now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was one of the people that actually raised this. And my simple question is, are Network Rail actively aware of these proposals? Because they surely must have a comment.
Mr.
Yes, Network Rail were consulted and didn't respond. They gave their standard response.
Oh. I just feel there's an accident waiting to happen here. I'd rather we learnt the lessons now than afterwards.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Riccardi.
Thank you.
I think those are the main points I wish to cover before we went on to the detailed policy wording. Are there any other points that anyone in the room wishes to raise that they don't feel have been covered? Thank you. Ms. Rostron. Sorry, Ms. Rostron, you're on mute again, sorry.
I don't know if this is the appropriate place to say these things or where you would see them coming in, but Greening Wyndham's objections are not really concerned too much with the fact that this might be a site for travellers, but we're concerned with the environment of the Bays River Valley County Wildlife Site, and we feel in common with an awful lot of other local residents that any development would have an adverse effect and that this site should be allowed to go back to nature. Is this the right place to talk about these things?
Absolutely. Any of the constraints that you feel apply, or anyone feels applies to this site that haven't already been covered, now is absolutely the time to discuss them again.
And actually, this is quite a large development, taking notice of the refusal of the appeal on the other London Road site. The inspector felt that the 8 pictures there, the 8 families, and there will be 12 here, families with their dependents is a sizable number of people without counting any visiting families. Within the context of the local settlement pattern, this amounts to a village in its own right. with numbers of people and its compact nature, it would clearly dominate the locality. That's more of a visual point. And I strongly feel, or we strongly feel, that many of his comments could be equally well applied to Strayground Lane. It seems that Strayground Lane is being treated and looked at from a different viewpoint. This lane has a lot of value in terms of its own landscape character. It's a remnant of a historic country lanes that used to exist all around Wymondham and probably all other places, which were mainly used by, let's say, horse and cart and people. And as such, we would like to retain that character. At an earlier date, when the bigger site was cleared, and this was only within the last year, maybe less time than that, there was a lot of alarm at that. And the effect that it's had on the character shows what can happen. You walk along this secluded country lane with overhanging trees, and then you arrive at a wasteland surrounded by industrial type fencing. It was an absolute disaster to the appearance of the area. At the time, I spoke to planners at South Norfolk, and they looked at the site and said, well, yes, but this isn't within the county wildlife boundary, which of course it isn't. But the fact is, it ought to be in the county wildlife site boundary. This is the problem. We're looking at what exists there now and assuming that both those sites, because they have been developed, should be developed again. But why? The environment is important. And a particularly important aspect of this wildlife site is the fact that it's a wetland, and they're even more important for sequestration of carbon, for example. So we should be seeking to restore the sites that have been developed, not perpetuating their use. So I felt throughout, when I looked at the statement, site assessment document, addendum 3, comments made by, I'm saying officers because I'm presuming officers prepared it, but the whole view of this site seems to have been coloured by the fact, and we know this, that the county council needs to find travellers' sites, and because this could be available and because it's seen as post-industrial land, it's okay. We would really question that. So the popularity of this route for walkers has been identified in the neighbourhood plan. I don't know if it's important you understand this, but there are 4 green ribbons. So there's along the Tiffy Valley going kind of east-west, the south along the Bays River Valley, and then a more fragmented one going north to Ketts Park and Moot Hill. So that should lead to some protection from development in this area, I would have thought. And we're waiting for the Green Infrastructure Plan to come out to consultation. But the Green Infrastructure Officer, Helen Sibley at South Norfolk, I say that shortening their present name, she says, I can confirm that Strayground Lane and the River Corridor is designated as a green corridor in the Green Infrastructure Plan, as well as being reflected in the neighbourhood plan. So I don't know if Miss Sibley has had a part in this proposal to have travellers' sites here or not. Right. So a comment looked at by the officers earlier in their earlier site assessment document was urbanisation of the countryside.
Just if we just stop you there for a moment, Ms. Rostron. I think in order to get a meaningful response from the partnership,
yes.
I might stop you there and get a response to the points you've raised now. If
yes.
you wish to raise further points afterwards, I think it just will make it more manageable in terms of a response.
Yes. Yes.
Certainly in terms of points about ecology, about character and appearance, about the green routes and green infrastructure routes in this area. I think it'd be helpful for me to hear a response to Mr. Burrell, and in particular whether consultation has been undertaken with colleagues in responsible for green infrastructure and ecology as well. Thank you. So if you wish to respond to those points, that'd be helpful.
On that first point, we have consulted colleagues through the district councils. I don't know specifically if Helen Sibley commented, but her colleagues or her would have done. Now, green infrastructure is a very important part of both the existing joint core strategy and the Greater Norwich local plan. And this broad area is identified in both of those plans as suitable for green infrastructure. Strayground Lane does represent a very good opportunity for people to get out to the open countryside from Wymondham. These proposals will not alter that. It will still remain a route to get out to the countryside from the town. But I think the key points are, first of all, there's a requirement in the policy for landscape screening for the development, so it would be screened. Secondly, in terms of ecology, there's a requirement for an ecological assessment, mitigation required if necessary. And thirdly, I think a really key point is that all developments now have to provide 10% biodiversity net gain. So you will see an improved biodiversity situation on those sites. Now that's both in the local plan and that's a national requirement that's coming in. And I think finally, in addition, each site has to make a payment towards addressing HRA issues as well. So I think as a package, we wholeheartedly support improvements to green infrastructure, but feel this development will not impede those at all.
Thank you, Mr. Burrell. Ms. Rostron, did you wish to come back? Thank you.
Could I make one?
Sorry, Ms. Rostron, you're on mute again. Apologies. Then I'll come to you, Ms. Riccardi, after Ms. Rostron.
Yes, it's muting me and I don't realise it. So am I to speak next?
Of course, yeah. Go ahead.
I can't see, looking at the site on the B11, whatever it is, 27, London Road, Sutton, how a site like, that is a smaller site than is proposed here in terms of pictures. And you could hardly say it's discrete in the countryside. So these, they all appear to be prefabricated dwellings there. I'm not sure whether they are, but I mean, they're not graceful, picturesque caravans. And there'll be lorries and there'll be, all sorts. It's going to intrude on this green route and the screening. Yes.
Sorry, Ms. Rostron, there's reference made before to an appeal along London Road. Is that a previous planning appeal decision that was undertaken or that was passed recently? Is that what's
fairly
being referred
recently,
to?
Yes, fairly recently. And it's my understanding the travellers don't want to leave that site. And actually, it is fairly well screened by a fence now, and they probably have a hedge as well. It's fine. But that's not.
Just so I'm clear where this site is, because I don't think that appeal decision is in the evidence, or at least I don't recall seeing it.
It is. Yeah.
It's about 2/3 of the way, I suppose, from Wymondham to Sutton.
If I could help, sir, I think Ms. Rostrom is referring to the site that Mr. Carruthers brought up this morning. It's called Hollyoaks. It's a appeal decision that was made in 2021. It's in the assessment work as a VCHAP GT Site 3. It was a site that we considered not to be suitable.
Just 1 second. Okay, VCHAP GT Site 3. That's the site, is it not?
Yes, that's the one. Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful clarification. On my route around the proposed allocations, I passed that site and had a look at it. So that's helpful that I know it was just for me to be absolutely clear which site we were talking about. But I'm familiar with that site, and like I say, I visited that one as well. So apologies to cut across you, Ms. Rostron. It was just to be clear precisely which site we were talking about.
The ecological assessment that's being proposed at the present, any ecological assessment on that site will completely have obliterated anything of any interest. It's like a cleared bomb site. So I'd be interested if you find anything worth keeping on that site. But the point is the effect it has on the total ecology of the area, which doesn't stop at boundaries and field boundaries, it will affect the whole Bays Valley in that particular point. And biodiversity net gain, well, you'd have to plant a couple of trees to get that, because there's nothing on the site at all. So, and I can't see how it relates to the Bays Valley wildlife site at all.
Thank you. Ms. Riccardi, did you wish to come in?
Yes, a couple of small points. One is that our male colleague said that this is all part of the green infrastructure and it shouldn't stop us all walking by. Are we sure? Because I'm not quite sure that I want to be walking on a narrow lane past a fully blown G&T site once it's fully developed. And I wonder to what extent that they want to protect their privacy under Article 8. And they won't want us wandering by. So I fear that this bit of the walk might be lost in the longer term if this goes ahead. My second point was
Riccardi,
Sorry.
Sorry, Ms. Riccardi, the audio. I lost your audio for a second there. I don't know if others also did. It was only for a couple of seconds. If you could just repeat that last point you're making before moving on to the second point you're going to make.
Basically that I wonder if the existence of a full-blown G&T site there will be off-putting to casual walkers going by, and also whether in fact the gypsy and traveller folk will actually want us all walking by. Why would they? No, that was all I wanted to say. In terms of the London Road site, the Holyoke site, I've not seen anywhere any suggestion that the people that are on that site that have got about a year to run still on their appeal, is the proposal that they should take over the Strayground site if the permission is granted? Does anybody know?
Well, I think from the perspective
this surely fits into full numbers, doesn't it? In terms of how many gypsy and traveller sites in the overall plan have to be provided.
Well, I'll return to the partnership for a comment in a second on the supply.
Sorry, I hope I'm not straying too far away from the policy.
It's just a point again about my remit really, and the role of the local plan. The local plan won't specify occupiers for any of these sites, and that's not proposed in any of the policies. So I think that's something that strays beyond my remit really.
Sorry.
I'll take a final comment from Mr. Carruthers, then I'll go back to the partnership for comment before we move on to the policy wording. Mr. Carruthers. Okay,
the Sutton site. I acted for the occupiers of the Sutton site at the enforcement appeal. They have an upheld enforcement notice, and they were granted a year's grace. Okay. Now, the residents appealed that to the High Court, and the situation is very unusual because the solicitors that they instructed were struck off whilst it was going through court, which means that they were denied a right of appeal to the High Court when that was going on. Now, my understanding is the District Council is very well aware of this anomaly, and that's why things haven't been sorted out. My understanding further is that they're very happy where they are. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Carruthers. Okay, I'll take a final comment from the partnership before we move on to the policy wording. Mr. Burrow. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I don't think I've anything further to add to what I've previously said.
Okay. Ms. Rosman, I'll take a brief point, but I do feel we've covered this site or the constraints to a large degree. I'll take a brief point then. My
other point, which is important, I think, is to do with the difficulty of a travellers in living on this site. In every way in supplying services to that site, it's deficient, and that was omitted in this assessment, but then brushed aside by saying it would only have a minor effect. So that is with health, getting to hospital and doctor's surgeries, with education. The only one that actually passed muster was access to the main road. But in our view, that's only encouraging more traffic to use Strayground Lane. I'm sorry, I don't think there was anything. I felt the assessment ended up with very partial conclusions, which weren't really borne out by what they'd written.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Rostron. Just to explain to participants, given this is the partnerships plan, I do usually give them the chance for last comment before moving on, and that's because myself and Mr. Warden are assessing a plan prepared by the partnership. So Mr. Broll, did you wish to make a final comment before we moved on? Following Ms. Rostron's comment.
Well, just in response to Ms. Rostron's statements, I believe both the site assessment and the sustainability appraisal have been done and have been taken account of in drawing up policies, and mitigation where required has been included in policies.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I've got some detailed questions relating to the wording of the policy. We've covered bullet point 2. Bullet point 3 says that the site land is adjacent to flood zones 2 and 3. Is any part of the site in flood zone 2 and 3? Or is it land adjacent to rather than land within?
Could I ask Mr. Banham to respond on this, please?
By all means, yeah.
It's adjacent land, sir. So we drew the red line of the site just to avoid an area that was in flood zone 2 and 3 to the southwest of the site, and then the policy requirement there, if you like, is an additional safeguard to ensure that there are no caravans or structures within a flood zone. So we've covered that issue on both scores, if you see what I mean.
It's a detailed point, but if no land, I mean, I mentioned before, I prefer the terminology avoid areas at risk of flooding, because that's the terminology used in national planning policy. Away from, so you've used the terminology caravans and other structures should be positioned away from this area. But if that area is actually outside of the site, then where are they supposed to be? I mean, I can see the logic in, I can see the requirement moreover to avoid land at risk of flooding. But if no part of the site itself is at risk of flooding, according to the flood maps, then it's not clear to me that part 3 is necessary. If it is in fact the case that the land is adjoining the site rather than within the site. Mr. Cubitt, did you wish to comment on that point?
Forgive me, but I haven't been able to see that policy wording that you're talking about, and I may have overlooked it earlier, but there was one thing said this morning where both sites need to be together, our site being promoted and the council site. From what we've heard today, I wouldn't want to see if ours was allocated having to be totally linked to the Norfolk County Council relocation and or policy to reuse or sell.
I think the comment before was a presentational one. If I'm thinking of the same part of the discussion that you're alluding to, there was a discussion about policy 5, which is the council has proposed modifications to policy 5, which relates to homes more widely. So it has a section on gypsies and travellers, a section on affordable housing, section on purpose-built student accommodation, etc. And the council were proposing to insert a table of the proposed allocations into that policy as a modification. And my recollection was that the council wished to bring together in that table, for presentational purposes, the capacity of the 2 sites that shows the allocation is listed as 1 site land at Strayground Lane with a capacity of 12. That was is that the part of the discussion you're referring to?
Yes.
So I think that potential change wouldn't link the 2 sites off at application stage. It's merely presenting the capacity for both sites together, because they are a single allocation in the as proposed in the council's list of suggested modifications, subject to a single site policy. You also said you weren't clear on where the policy was. I mean, if it's helpful to you and others, I'm looking at the council's Matter 17 hearing statement. And appended to that are a list of proposed site-specific policies, so that were these sites to become allocations in the local plan when adopted, these policies would set the site-specific requirements for each site. And the policy I'm looking at now is GNLP 5028A and B, and that's on page 45 of 46 of the council's Matter 17 hearing statement. It's criteria 3 I've asked about, which relates to flood zones.
Thank you.
Mr. Borrow.
Just to add so that Mr. Cubic can locate it, there's document H9.7 on the website.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any thoughts on the comments I made before about whether part 3 of the policy is necessary if no land within the site is identified as being flood zones 2 or 3?
I think that's something we'd like to take away with a view to removing that that criteria, sir. Okay,
thank you. A detailed point with regards to bullet point 4. It says a contaminated land assessment is required and any mitigation must be completed prior to development. That wording really is the sort of wording you'd see in a planning condition. Certainly whenever I've attached contaminated land conditions to a planning permission, there are all sorts of triggers about when it's conducted, prior to development taking place. When the mitigation takes place, it's usually all prior to development taking place. I'm not sure it's really appropriate to have that sort of detail in a local plan policy. Just in case, it's perhaps I'm thinking of all circumstances here, you might have a situation when there's a rolled out phasing of mitigation, depending on what the recommendations of any contaminated land assessment said. You might have a non-standard approach. It strikes me as not helpful to be specifying when mitigation is completed in a local plan policy, because the proper place for that is in a planning condition. I mean, I'm happy to take any thoughts on that if anyone wishes to comment. Mr. Borrow?
Would it be helpful, sir, if we simply remove the second clause of the sentence after the paragraph, after the comma? So take out "and any mitigation must be completed."
Yeah, and it might say something else instead. I'll leave that to you to think about, and no doubt you've had clauses such as this in some of the policies relating to housing sites. So I'll leave that with you to reflect on. My only concern is a detailed one. It's nothing to do with the principle of requiring a contaminated land assessment. It's purely to avoid planning policies that read like planning conditions, and that could potentially give rise to hostages to fortune at application stage. Okay. Bullet point 5 says landscape screening will be required at the site boundaries to protect residential amenity and landscape character. What's the residential amenity concern that is envisaged at this site? Thank you.
We were thinking of the residential amenity of the gypsies and travellers, and we wanted to make sure that the landscaping was on all 4 sides of the site, so that to the north we were taking account of the paving business, to the west we were trying to build on the ecological merits of the river, and then on the east giving just general privacy and screening.
Okay, so it's privacy of future occupiers. I think just for clarity and effectiveness and to prevent any misunderstandings, it might be helpful if it just said to protect the residential amenity of future occupiers. It's a couple of additional words I think would address the point. Okay, bullets 6 and 7. My previous comments to identical wording in other policies applies here. Bullet 8 relates to the river bays and the maintenance strip, which the Environment Agency typically asks for at application stage. I just wondered if the way that criterion had been worded, whether it may have misinterpreted what the Environment Agency had asked for in their representation. again, it's a detailed point. It says, due to the proximity of the river, an access shall be provided for the maintenance of the river, and the development must not compromise the river defences. Well, an access shall be provided for the maintenance of the river implies an access linking the road to the river bank, which isn't usually what the EA require. The EA usually require an 8-metre wide strip, for example, along the riverside. So in the event that the river is blocked by, say, falling debris, they can get their machines in and remove any blockage. And it's just to be clear. I mean, perhaps the Environment Agency did want a specific access point from Strayground Lane itself to the riverbank, but like I say, that's often not what they're asking for. So it's perhaps one to leave with the partnership just to clarify about precisely what's required here.
We'll go back to
comments.
Sir.
Okay. And also the river development, the river defences is one point, and access to the river bank for maintenance purposes is another. And just to be careful with the wording, not to conflate the two, because they are two separate points, really. Okay. Are there any other comments on the policy wording itself before we move on? Okay, thank you. It's just gone 3:05, and it strikes me that this might be a good time for a mid-afternoon break before we move on to the sites land off Buxton Road, Eastgate, and Brickkiln Road. Suppose that we adjourn perhaps 15 minutes, come back at 15:20, and then move on to the Buxton Road site. Okay, so thank you all for your contributions during that session. We'll return at 15:20. Thank you. everyone. The hearing sessions are now resumed. Before the break, we covered sites A to E in the list under issue 1. We'll now move on to site F in that list, which is Land off Buxton Road, Eastgate. Question for the partnership to start with, please. I can just see from let me close my Velux window a second. I think I've got an unusual shadow on me. There we go, that's better. Question for the partnership to start with, please. How has the proposed number of pitches been arrived at for this site? Because 4 on this site appears to be much denser than the assumptions that have been applied elsewhere. Thank you.
Yes, a similar pattern to before. The landowner, Mr. Kemp, that you'll see from the joint delivery statement, approached us. He was aware of our search for Gypsy and Traveller pitches. In discussion with him, we thought that 4 pitches was correct and was achievable on the site. That, as I said in the our matters, issues and response, it's a sort of flat rectangular site, and we feel that a sort of single point of access and then subdividing into the site into 4 is achievable. Admittedly, we have then since revised the area of the site down following an error that was brought to our attention during the January to March hearing session, but nevertheless we still think 4 is achievable. We have looked at pitch sizes on other sites in the area, both private and public, and whilst it falls below the sort of guideline that we were applying, we still think 4 is achievable, and there possibly are some advantages to providing smaller pitches on a small pitch. On a small site such as this, smaller pitches may be attractive because as a 4-pitch site, it's more likely to be occupied by a sort of extended family network.
I mean, I just did some fairly rudimentary calculations, and 4 pitches on a site of 0.09 hectares would equate to around 45 pitches per hectare, which is more dense than suburban housing, as I'm sure you're aware, Mr. Banham. I mean, 30 per hectare is a standard sort of suburban housing density. And I'll say this: I'm sceptical there's really enough space to accommodate, 4 pitches each with a tourer and a static caravan, the necessary amenities and circulation space, plus a shared access point. We need to be able to accommodate a vehicle towing a caravan, such that each of those 4 plots could be manoeuvred into and out of with a vehicle towing a tourer caravan. It's an incredible level of density, and just by way of comparison, the largest straight ground lane site, which we've just been discussing, assume 10 pitches on a 1.1 hectare site, which is a fairly straightforward calculation. It's around 10 pitches per hectare, whereas this is 4 to 5 times more dense. It's not clear what would justify that. It's an outlier in terms of the densities that's being assumed compared to all of the other sites when you look at what's being assumed elsewhere. And it really isn't clear to me how that would be achieved, and I haven't seen anything in the evidence that points to how it would be achieved. I'm happy to take comments on those thoughts. Those are just that's what I'm thinking just by looking at the site and having visited it on the ground as well.
Those points are useful, sir. I mean, that's something that I think we'd be happy to reflect upon. I'd perhaps need to speak to the site promoter as well about that.
There's a couple of hands been raised. Mr. Hawking, your hand was raised first. Do you wish to come in?
Yes, I mean, I concur with your view in as much as the area in Eastgate the lanes are very narrow, It's dangerous enough for pedestrians as it is, and I can see, from what I can see with this, is that some of those vehicles, none of which will be quite large vehicles, building vehicles, etc., caravans, could end up straying onto and being parked on the lanes around that site. And I think that would cause severe problems. It's almost impossible, some of those lanes, for a car to pass the other way when someone has temporarily parked, which they rarely do because of that reason. But I can see that being a serious problem. It'll just sprawl out onto the lanes around there, which is dangerous for, let's say, pedestrians, cyclists, and for other road users. That's my point.
I intend to go on to highway issues in a moment. I know that's a point a number of local residents have raised, and we'll discuss that in a second. But just focusing for now on the number of pitches this site could really accommodate. I think that's the point I want to laser in on now. But we'll return to that point in a moment, Mr. Hawke.
Thank you.
Mr. Beer, do you wish to come in?
Hi, yes. I just wanted to sort of mirror that point, which is referenced in paragraph 5.5 in the Michael Hagridge's planning's submission. Though we don't want to limit sites, we do believe that those pitches are too small, and that the usual pitches are more like 500 square meters rather than the assumed 300 meters squared, which we represented at the beginning of the consultation a few 6 months ago or something, or whenever it was. Yes, and we would like to kind of draw attention to this point as a way to show that we believe there's more need than is being provided, and perhaps there needs to be more allocation for sites. Not to diminish the good work that the LPA has done in providing sites. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Beer. I mean, just by way of comparison, Mr. Banham, the dwelling immediately adjacent to this site, to the west, it's just a point of comparison that dwelling sits within a plot which is larger than this site. And it's a single dwelling. I appreciate it's got a very long rear garden, but even if you were to square it off level with the kind of northern boundary of this site, it's a comfortable plot for one house. Why that would be something that could accommodate? Well, you've heard my concerns about the assumed site capacity, and it isn't just whether you could squeeze in mathematically for plots, bearing in mind the requirements that these sites have. It's also the need for a shared access point, which each of those plots would need to be able to maneuver vehicles in and out onto. I think I'd need to see something to justify 4 plots, because it looks to me, from having visited the site and looking at it compared to the other sites, that really 1 or 2 at most is what it looks like to me, unless there's clear evidence to the contrary. And like I say, the sense check of comparing the density assumed here to elsewhere would indicate something along those lines. I mean, there's a couple of hands I noticed went up and then went down. I think Councillor Thomas's hand was raised at one point. There were other hands raised. Does anyone wish to come in on this point about site capacity? Thank you. Councillor Thomas.
Thank you, sir. You've taken about 95% of the words out of my mouth in terms of site capacity on there, in terms of how tight it is. It's really just an echo, but I really think this should be reconsidered for now as a site going forward with 4. Again, with the access on there as well, it's not a particularly safe road. There's other issues we can discuss later on in this conversation when you ask your other questions, but certainly the capacity there for 4 just seems to be trying to squeeze in too much, and for now I think should be reconsidered as a minimum. Thank you.
Thank you. Does partnership wish to come back on either the points I've raised or the points that others have raised? Thank you.
Can I make one more? Sorry. Can I raise my hand? Sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Hawke. If you wish to come on this point, by all means, yeah. But
apologies.
Please raise your hand first. It's just,
sorry.
It's okay. Just it helps me if I see a hand go up, because then it shoots to the top of my. I've got a list on the right hand side of my screen of people, and if a hand goes up, it goes straight to the top. So it's just helpful for my purposes. But by all means, come in on this point if you wish to.
No, it's just the point on I know that there'd been an error, and I don't want to go into details. I don't know why there was an error made in the size of the plot, which is obviously quite an embarrassing error. But what my concern is the size of the plot as we're looking at now. Is that a finite? Looking at the land, I don't see that as necessarily a finite piece of land with bordered on all sides. I mean, is there a risk that I'm concerned there's a risk that that land size, that plot size, could be made larger because of this, and we're starting on a sort of plot size that's too small for 4 pitches, and then someone will come along and say, actually, I'm prepared to sell some or provide some more land to make the pitches larger, which means that we're in a different territory in terms of the size of the plot, the overall plot.
I'll let Mr. Bannon come back on the points that have been raised, but on the very narrow point about what this local plan is proposing, which is obviously my remit, as I've explained before, is it's only proposing the site as identified with the boundary that's drawn around it at present. And I appreciate that's been slightly redrawn from 0.12 to 0.09 hectares. So for the purposes of this local plan, that's the site we're considering, and nothing beyond that at this stage. Mr. Banham, if you wish to come back on the points that have been raised, or to add anything to what I've just said, I'm happy for you to do so now.
Certainly, I was just conferring with Mr. Burrell. Indeed, we will reflect on the pitch numbers. As to the site boundary, the promoter of this site is very clear that he's promoting it. The boundary of the site is the 0.09 hectares, which is on the table today. I'll refer to it now because I was aware of it in the MIQs. There was some speculation about whether another landowner was going to join with this proposal. As you would expect, sir, we do have conversations with landowners, so we're sure of what's being promoted. Mr. Kemp was clear that he wanted to promote his land on its own and not join in with a next door landowner.
Okay, and like I say, the local plan that's before me, which is my remit, identifies this site and no adjacent land as currently proposed by the partnership. Okay, that's helpful on the points adding regarding the capacity, and I'll reflect on that obviously. Another point that's been raised, it's in the site assessment information as well. It relates to the access point and highway safety. In that regard, the access point is assessed as an amber constraint in the site assessment. So to start with, can I ask the partnership, what's the basis for that amber assessment, please? Thank you.
The amber assessment was just recognising that within the site boundary there was some vegetation at the frontage of the site which may have to be cleared in order to achieve the necessary visibility display. We're confident from the discussions we've had with the Highway Authority that the access is suitable and can be achievable, but as a belt and braces approach, we just wanted to make it clear that the vegetation at the front of the site within the red line may need attention. Just because I'm aware it came up in the MIQs, we weren't proposing any changes to vegetation or hedgerow on third-party land.
Okay, so the hedgerow in question is within the site boundary itself?
Yes.
Helpful, thank you. Did the Highway Authority review this site as part of the site assessment process?
They did. We followed exactly the same process throughout, which was to talk to our highways colleagues as part of preparing the site assessment information. They raised no objection to the site, and our assessment resulted in the conclusion that we felt the the site was suitable. Mr. Dolman may have some further comments to add, perhaps.
Mr. Dolman.
Thank you. Not a great deal more to add to that. Yeah, primarily the issue that we raised was around the hedgerow and frontage of the site and being able to achieve adequate visibility. Is likely to mean its removal. We're always a bit sensitive about that as a highway authority because some hedges are more important than others. So it's always kind of good to flag those up at that particular stage. I kind of just to point out and probably kind of point that as others might be wondering about is that obviously as a highway authority we've been sort of part of this partnership and have been engaged in this process all the way through. So in terms of sites coming forward, that's been an ongoing discussion with the highway authority as the plan has evolved and as these gypsy and traveller sites have evolved. So I suppose that also kind of demonstrates why perhaps when we went through the last one where there was highway objection raised, why it wasn't sort of covered in that formal representation process, because ultimately within a partnership we're sort of providing technical input to that as the process moves forward, and just so it's integrated within it. So all of the sites that we're about to talk about we have seen and have considered as part of that ongoing process.
So that red, amber, green assessment that's in the site assessment information, the highway section of that was informed by your comments at each stage, was it, Mr. Dolan?
Yeah, so as sites, not only these sites but all the other sites in other parts of the plan were brought forward, they were shared with the highway authority, and the highway authority was part of that kind of filtering site selection process.
Okay, that's helpful clarification. There's been a couple of other points raised by local residents, and we heard some of those before, and we can go on to discuss them now, about the width of the carriageway here and the proximity to a fairly tight bend and junction with Falgate and Buxton Road, immediate to the southwest. What's the highway authority's response to those points that have been raised? Thank you.
On mute. Let's say in terms of our response to the process and in our assessment, we kind of felt like as pretty similar kind of situations with the access point. There are some deficiencies on the local highway network. We think there's probably an opportunity for the mitigation to come forward should that be required, and we can kind of go through the detail of that at the planning application stage, but we don't kind of see at this stage that there's any particular showstoppers to the delivery of the site.
Mr. Stewart, your hand's raised, and I know that you picked up a lot of these points in your representations. Do you wish to come in at this point and come in?
Yes, please, sir. Thank you for that opportunity. I don't want to repeat anything that's in my statement, other than just to pick up on one point that Mr. Donman said. I understood him to say that the council, acting as the highways authority, their only concern that prompted the amber categorisation was vegetation on the site and the visibility implications of that, if I understood him correctly. I had an email from the partnership on the 29th of June telling me that their highways colleagues, which I assume is personnel from Norfolk County Council acting as the highway authority, made the point, remote from local community, no walking route to catchment school. Now, as far as I can see, that observation by the highways authority didn't find its way into the site assessment information.
Mr. Dolman, this was a point that has been representation. I think the point that was made is that there was an alleged inconsistency taken with regard to access to services and facilities, particularly with walking along roads without footway. That was taken to other allocations. So I think a response to that point would be appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, so just to be clear, most of these sites we put in 2 comments. We've put in 1 comment relating to access and 1 comment relating to the highway network. So 2 points have been made on this site. Firstly was the one about demonstrating suitable access and visibility, and then the second point is exactly as Mr. Stewart has read out, which we pointed out that it was remote from local community, no walking route to catchment school. That tends to apply for quite a lot of these sites, and clearly that's not an absolute showstopper in this respect, but it's certainly a point that the highway authority raised and made within the process.
So if I understand your position correctly, Mr. Dolman, then that point about walking routes was a rather than a highway safety point. It's about the site having poor accessibility to services and facilities, and it's not, in your view, a safety point. Is that the distinction you're drawing?
I'm sorry, sir. You did break up at some critical point there for me.
Apologies.
No. It's none of our fault. It's the world.
It was the point I was. I mean, by all means, flag up if it breaks up again. It's as I said before, it's a slightly a feature of the technology. The point I was making is, if I understood your position correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, of course, but is your position that the walking routes to schools that you described, they were raised in the context of an accessibility to services point and not a highway safeties point? Is that your position in a nutshell?
In respect to this site, yeah, that's right, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful clarification. Councillor Thomas, your hand was raised first. You wish to come in?
Thank you, sir, on that. I just want to add there, but I think highways have been a bit generous in terms of making it amber. It's a dangerous road to walk anywhere along there, along Eastgate and Buxton Road. Also, just to add, exiting that Buxton Road onto the Holt Road as well can be a bit of a nightmare if there's plenty of farm traffic which goes along there. So I think this could be one of the cases where some local knowledge can just add a little bit of a caveat to the initial highways observations.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Stewart.
Yeah, sorry, I don't want to labour this point, so I just want to make one brief point in response to Mr. Dolman. It was helpful for him clarifying that the issue of lack of footways to the school is a matter of access to services rather than highway safety, although, of course, it has an implication for both. But I understood him to say earlier, in the context of one of the other sites, that the partnership are looking for sites that allow access by various routes, including walking and cycling. In those circumstances, in relation to site access, it is surprising that this didn't find its way into the site information, the site assessment information.
Okay. Mr. Dolman, it would be helpful to have a response to those points, particularly about the safety of walking along the frontage of the site along Buxton Road. Okay. And also, Councillor Thomas's. Am I breaking up again? Sorry. I'm breaking up. Oh.
No, you're fine.
Sorry, it was. It'd be helpful to have a response to those points. Annette, I'm good. Okay. Please gesticulate wildly if I break up again, and I'll reset. Yeah, a response to those points would be helpful, Mr. Dolman. Yeah. I think particularly the point about. I think as I understood Mr. Stewart's point, he doesn't see the distinction you do between accessibility to services and safety. And that point was echoed by Councillor Thomas about walking along that road without footways is unsafe in their view. There was also the point raised about some of the junctions nearby. I think particularly with Buxton Road and Holt Road was raised. So responses to those specific points would be helpful to me. Thank you.
Okay, so let's start with in general, and I think it comes back to the point that I did make earlier on, which is around that we're essentially the Highway Authority looking to try and looking for sites that be promoted that are accessible by walking and cycling, and that would be our first and favoured approach. I think we recognise that we live in the real world, and something that we kind of, depending on how that is applied, it may be very difficult to be having conversation around a lot of the sites that we've got before us today. So there has to be kind of a practical approach. So there is a general comment around this. Highway Authority will always comment on these on matters such as this, suggesting that we would want to see good access to schools and the availability of services by sustainable modes. However, that isn't an overriding sort of showstopper, as I probably referred to it before. But if there are significant issues of highway safety that we think that raises, then we would flag them up. In this case, we haven't. We think that the highway network is adequate. It's probably an appropriate word for the scale and the nature of the development that's being proposed.
And what about walking along Buxton Road?
So in terms of this particular site, it's yet again country lanes, most of them don't have footpaths. There are verges, but with this particular site, with this particular scale, didn't consider that the volume of pedestrians was going to create an issue for us.
Okay. And the point that I raised earlier was about inconsistency with other sites. It's been put to me that the accessibility to services has been assessed differently here than for other sites that have been struck out as being particularly remote from services.
So
what's your response to that?
I think what I would say is me and my team of colleagues who have kind of put this assessment together, and we kind of pass it over to the partnership. As kind of, although we have an ongoing dialogue, we do kind of ask questions, and then it gets into that wider site assessment. And clearly, there is part of that planning balance that my colleagues probably do when considering the highway comments and deciding how they kind of weigh up against other things that they're dealing with. So obviously, we have put specific comments in, and then the planning authority and the partnership has kind of incorporated them into some wider assessment.
Okay. Mr. Hawken, I see you've turned your camera on and you were asking about these points before, and I put you on hold at that time. So if you wish to come in now, then please do so.
Has anyone tried walking along any of those lanes towards Corston in the winter at say 5 o'clock in the evening, 6 o'clock in the evening? It's dark. Have they tried that just to assess the safety of doing that as a pedestrian, maybe with a child or on a bike? There's no lights. There's no lighting at all. Of course, it's absolutely dark. I just wondered if they had done that or considered that in part of their sort of research into the safety of this.
Mr. Dolman, did you wish to respond to that point?
The assessments are carried out by people that are very knowledgeable of the area. Obviously, we wouldn't necessarily go and walk them in the middle of the night, and also it's a kind of a case of understanding the likely scale of pedestrian activity associated with the scale of the development that's proposed. So there is a balance to be worked out there, because there are lots of parts of the network that don't have footways.
Okay. There is a previous appeal decision on this site, which was appended to Mr. Stewart's statement. What relevance does the partnership consider the previous appeal decision has to the proposed allocation? Thank you.
So we were aware of the appeal decision when the site was promoted. We're obviously aware of the representations made by Mr. Stewart and others as to using that appeal decision as evidence for not deeming this site to be suitable for gypsies and travellers. Our position as a partnership is that it was a decision which was relating to housing, not gypsies and travellers. When looking at the local plan and having to find sites from the available pool of sites that are available, the partnership has to give regard to the available sites, and there is a difference between the number of available sites for housing as compared to gypsies and travellers. I think, having read the appeal several times, it's worth reflecting upon the I think it was the penultimate paragraph of the appeal, where the inspector talked about how the minor benefits for the one dwelling were outweighed by achieving the overall distribution of housing across the partnership's area. So in essence, I think we would draw the distinction between a development management decision and a new allocation that is being put forward as part of a new local plan, with the assessment criteria we're applying for gypsy and traveller sites being different to the policy context to that appeal.
Okay, a couple of hands have gone up. Mr. Stewart, did you wish to comment on what Mr. Bannum just said and the appeal decision?
Yes, thank you, sir. I just want to make things absolutely clear in case we're slightly at cross purposes here, and it may be entirely my fault the way that I presented this in the statement. But we weren't relying on that appeal decision in relation to the planning application on the basis of saying that the same assessment criteria should apply. The reason we referred to it was because it contained factual statements about the context of the site. So, for example, it referred in paragraph 9 to the fact that the roads to the village are generally unlit with no footway. So we were citing that really as evidence in support of our description of the context of the site, rather than a suggestion that the same criteria should apply to a residential dwelling as for a gypsy and travel site. But I hope that just clarifies the basis on which we were putting it.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Councillor Thomas.
Thank you, sir. Just before I speak, I want to clarify, are we now open to additional comments, or did you have more to make? Sorry, Mr. Hatfield.
I was just covering the appeal decision now, and I was going to go on to additional comments that hadn't been picked up. So both, in effect, we're reaching that part of the discussion. If you wanted to come in on the appeal decision, that's fine. If you want to make some additional comments that haven't yet been covered, or matters that haven't yet been covered, that'd be fine. If I could just please make a couple of additional comments there as well. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't going to dart off wildly all of a sudden while you wanted to focus on the first point there. You discussed earlier changing some of the wording in the criteria from easy access to reasonable access, kind of made me think about rewording what I was going to say this afternoon. I would still argue that perhaps that location in Eastgate isn't really in reasonable access of any amenities. We also talk about what rural is as well. What is rural in Norfolk? So the overall parish of Coulston is divided into different parts. So Southgate, Folgate, Eastgate. Coulston itself, the main village bulk, I would describe still as rural. Eastgate for me is one step further. You know, other than the lights you get outside the pub down the other end of Eastgate, it's pitch black out that way before. I've been out that way when there's been heavy snow and you've been cut off for a day or two as well. It's really about level of isolation out there. And in terms of the other sites I've seen put forward as well, some of them are quite appropriate to house some gypsy and traveller sites as well. This one really sticks out for me. I know it's in my ward and may be slightly biased, and I have spoken to local residents an awful lot now. But ultimately, it really is in the middle of nowhere in terms of some of the other sites as we have been put forward, and I'd just like that to be considered when decisions are being taken. Thank you for that. Thank you. Are there any other comments that anyone wishes to raise that haven't already been covered? Because I've been through my list of questions before we move on to the policy wording. I'm happy to take further comments. Mr. Stewart.
Just one very brief clarification. I don't want to repeat what Councillor Thomas said, but just to be absolutely clear, we took on board very carefully this morning, sir, your suggestion of the change in criterion for access to local services as being reasonable rather than easy. And I just want to make it absolutely clear that our submissions remain the same. In other words, we take the view that there is not reasonable access to local services here without a significant adverse impact on traffic patterns and road safety. And the other point is that our points are not only about access to services, but the intrinsic lack of safety of the site itself, including for the users of the site, having to enter and leave it and walk and drive on these very small local roads. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hawker.
Oh, sorry, I just didn't think on my point on the number of, well, I have a concern about, as you say, because the site's so small and could be so dense that the traffic could spread out onto the roads for parking purposes. Has has that been considered as how many vehicles could be on the site, and if they don't have capacity, that's those small dense sites don't have capacity for those vehicles, where they're going to park? Maybe overnight, if they decide that's the only place they can park, especially if there's visitors, for instance. I can't see any. I don't know anywhere they could park without being on a lane in the dark. Maybe I've missed something.
You heard my comments with regards to the assumed number of pitches before as well, which I've asked the partnership to consider. Does the partnership wish to wrap up those points then and address each of the points that have been raised by Councillor Thomas, Mr. Hawken and Mr. Stewart before we move on? Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Hawken, I've not cut you off before you finished, have I? Just before we.
No, I'm finished. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I just wanted to check. Mr. Barnum, could you respond to those points, please?
Yes, I mean we're aware of the rural nature of Eastgate, and we're aware of the distance to Corston Primary School, which is acknowledged in the site assessment information. And yes, as I said before, we'll reflect on the point about the number of pitches.
And what about the point about the point that was raised about the site being not just in a rural location, but in an isolated or a remote location?
I think Eastgate is a recognised hamlet, and it's you know, within the sort of orbit of a village, i.e. Corston, where we have allocated some housing development. We recognise that there are services in Corston, as you'd know from the discussion we've had with the overall strategic approach, and with other sites, we are looking positively to allocate from the available suite of sites that we've got promoted for this use. So when taking those issues as a whole, we came to the assessment we did that this was a favoured site. And yeah, the point about pictures, then we just need to reflect on further.
Okay, that's helpful from my perspective. I think I've got both sides of the issue there, and obviously there's plenty for me to think over. So thank you all for your contributions on those points. I want to move on to policy wording now. And again, the draft policy is at the back of the council's Matter 17 hearing statement. I'll just get the page number. I've got it as page 31 of 46 on the PDF, if that assists. Okay. Bullet point 2 refers to the provision of screening to maintain the residential amenity of neighbouring occupants and adjoining properties. What's the nature of the amenity concern here, and which properties do you consider would be affected? Thank you.
When we were preparing the site assessment information, we were conscious of the fact that there isn't a sort of shared boundary with the property to the immediate west, Flamebird. So we wanted to reflect that in the policy requirements.
And so is the concern overlooking or something else? Is it overlooking along a shared boundary that's the issue?
Yeah, I think primarily that's the concern, yes.
Okay. I think in which case it would be necessary for effectiveness just to adjust the wording to laser in on that issue. So you have landscaping including species appropriate to the local area provided to enhance screening and to maintain, or to prevent overlooking of the adjoining property. Because it says properties, which implies a wider effect, whereas from what you've just described, it's the immediately adjoining occupier that the concern would relate to. Any comments on that proposed change? Okay. With regards to bullet point 4, similar comments that I've made before apply. Okay. Again, policy wording tweaks to reflect previous comments. Okay. Well, thank you all for your contributions on that site. As I said before, there's plenty for me to consider and go away and think about. We'll move now on to site G, which is Brickkiln Road. And there's a caveat in the MIQs about whether the partnership would choose to allocate that site, and obviously they've now proposed to allocate it, and so it should be seen in that context. just call it the policy wording. Okay, reference is made to surface water flood risk on the northern part of this site. Does the assumed site capacity assume that that part of the site won't be delivered? Thank you. Or won't be built upon?
Yes, it's a that is the assumption. The area surface water flood risk is small relative to the overall site. It's also near the northernmost boundary. As you'll appreciate, there's already a pitch on the site. 5 additional pitches is very comfortable to fit within that site red line. The number of pitches proposed is a direct result of the conversation we had with the landowner who currently lives on the site, and from the discussions I had with her, the aim was to provide pitches for her family.
Okay. Reference was made in the comments responding to the focus consultation to a previous appeal decision. I've not seen that in the evidence before me, so I just wanted to ask the partnership whether they were aware if that applies to this site or to a neighbouring site. Thank you.
I'm not clear on my own mind what that appeal decision would be, so I might just confer with a colleague, if I may.
Okay, I just see Councillor Thomas has left, so thank you, Councillor Thomas, for your comments. Thank
you. No, we're not aware what that appeal decision was, I'm afraid, sir.
Okay.
I must have missed that from the representations.
I mean, it wasn't entirely clear. It was in the list of, I'll call it up now. It was in the list of you prepared a summary of the focus consultation that had taken place earlier this year. Let me just delve into the examination library now and call it up. I'm not sure. I mean, I think I had this problem the first time around. If someone could direct me to the document that provides the table of the list of consultation responses made to the focus consultation. I'm in H6 now, summary of consultation. There's 5 documents there. If the partnership could assist me in pointing to the correct one, I'd be much obliged. It's the table that provides the summary of consultation responses received. I'm just going through these. I keep picking the wrong one.
That would be H6.3, I believe. I'm just trying to go to the. I was just conferring with a colleague. We don't think there was any appeal decision on this site or adjoining land. It could be that it was referring to another site. So in document H6.3, we summarise and respond to the 3 sites which were part of the additional sites consultation, which was this Hevingham site, the Woodyard site at Folsham, and the Guestwick Green site.
I found the reference here. So in that document you directed me to, which is H6.3, Mr. Banham, page 16 of that PDF, and you have the column which says object to site inclusion, and then you have the bullet points that summarise the responses that came in. The second bullet point, sorry, it said the sites have already been expanded without planning permission beyond the level previously decided on appeal as being reasonable with stringent conditions. and that implies that it's site specific if it talks about the level previously decided as being reasonable, presumably with regards to that site. If it's not something that can be looked at now, I think I'd find it helpful to see that appeal. If it's one that can be tracked down, Mr. Bannerman wasn't able to track it down from that summary provided there. I think given it's been referred to by someone objecting to the site, it'd be helpful for me if that could be located and perhaps sent in as a hearing document. Thank you.
We will look into that. I don't know what appeal that's referring to, so we'll look into it and find out if there was one, and if there was, what it was.
And obviously, finding whether there's one on the site should be straightforward from your own internal resources. If it isn't a site-specific one, obviously that's not quite the same as an appeal decision that applies to that site. But if there's perhaps another Egyptian travel one in the immediate locality, that would also be helpful. Perhaps the original representation, which I don't think I have, I've just got the summary. Perhaps that referred to a reference number. I'll leave that with you, though, Mr. Banner.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Are there any comments on the constraints that apply to this site before we move on to the policy wording? Okay, thank you. We'll move on to policy GNRP 5027. A couple of detailed comments from me. Bullet points 2 and 5, previous comments applied to the wording there. Bullet point 4, again, it refers to residential amenity of adjoining properties. Which of the properties that it's envisaged would be affected?
There's some farm buildings to the immediate east. I'm just going to look on Google to see whether they're named at all.
Because when I looked at this site, it didn't seem, again, I was looking at aerial photographs, didn't seem that there were any residential properties immediately adjacent to the site boundary, unless, of course, one of those farm buildings has been converted at some point. They do look like farm buildings from the aerial images, and they're some distance from the road.
I think that's a reasonable summary. I think we were just trying to acknowledge the fact that there were some buildings and properties, residential properties, on the eastern side, and we were just referring to those.
On the eastern side of the site, or do you mean some distance to the east? There's
some distance to the east, and we're obviously conscious that beyond the boundary of the site, the character of the area is kind of larger fields with areas of woodland. So it's just trying to provide a softer edge to the site.
I think the need for boundary landscaping for character and appearance purposes is understood, and I'm not questioning that in any way. But I think if residential amenity is going to be listed in the policy, and there aren't any properties immediately adjacent to the site, I don't see a justification for that. And I think the point to be aware of is that Egyptian traveller sites are residential in nature, and it shouldn't be assumed that they give rise to residential amenity issues. I'll leave that one with you to reflect in case that there was, like I say, some of those farm buildings around the periphery, whether any of those have been converted, or whether there is a dwelling that's up close where there could be an overlooking issue. But I think those properties to the east are some distance away, and I don't think that would justify a reference to residential amenity. I'll leave that with you, though, Mr. Banham, like I say, in case some of these surrounding farm buildings have been converted to housing, and I'm sure you can come back to me on that point when I review policy wording.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. That concludes the sites listed under issue 1. The Kettering Depot site is also proposed as a medium-term allocation, and it's not listed in MIQs. Our view was that given the evidence we already have and the very limited number of comments about that site, we didn't have any further questions regarding it. We'll come on to the delivery assumptions that are attached to that site under issue 2. which relates to the housing, or sorry, the supply of pitches and supply of sites. But on the Ketteringham depot site itself, does the partnership wish to make a comment or say anything before we move on?
Just to say that we've got the joint delivery statement, which is signed on behalf of South Norfolk Council, and we're talking to a registered provider. This site obviously provides the opportunity to provide a publicly funded pitch, and we will work to the timescales we've set out in the joint delivery statement and the trajectory as well.
Okay, and with regards to Mr. Beer's point about delivery, we'll pick that up in a second under question 2, under issue 2. Okay, right, we'll move then on to issue 2, which is supply of pitches over the plan period. Question 1 is, will there be at least a 5-year supply of deliverable pitches on adoption of the plan? Obviously, we discussed a number of those sites in detail now and picked up things that may delay delivery, etc. But it has been put to me that given the circumstances surrounding the Strayground lane sites, they shouldn't be considered in the 5-year supply. So what's the partnership's response to that point, please? Thank you.
Well, we've heard from Mr. Hewitt, who reiterated the points that are made about the Norfolk County Council smaller site there. So I think our position remains the same, that site is deliverable. I know from the joint delivery statement for the Sorias property site and from discussions I've had with Mr. Cubitt that they're moving ahead quickly with wanting to work with a sort of delivery partner and to progress a planning application. So again, before today we were confident, and today's discussion has only increased the confidence that those sites are deliverable as per the trajectory in section H3 of the evidence library.
Mr. Cubitt, your hand's raised.
Just to confirm that we have opened early discussions with a provider who are experienced in developing and managing such pitches, and they tell me that they're confident that the site could be fully developed and operational within 18 months of receiving a planning permission.
On a phasing point, Mr. Button, the council's hearing statement, and indeed some of the discussion we had earlier before, implied that you wouldn't want either Strayground Lane site coming forward until the recycling centre is closed. That wasn't a policy requirement in the submitted draft policy for that site. What's the reason for
that? Well, we didn't think there was need to. There is a window of opportunity around the timing of the recycling centre closing that would still allow the both sites to be completed and occupied by March 2027, which is the end of the 5-year period. We're conscious of the fact that Sorias Properties also want to move ahead quickly with the delivery of their site. They obviously want to reduce any risk as they see it. From our point of view, we're confident that the recycling centre is going to close and move as per the comments from Mr. Hewitt. So we didn't feel there was any further modifications necessary to the policy.
Okay. Mr. Beer, you made comments in your representations about the delivery of this site and its position within the 5-year supply. Did you wish to comment on the points I've raised and the response from the partnership?
Hello, hi, can you see me?
Yes.
Yeah, I think everything that Michael said and that we wrote together was is said in the site and in the representation. So I don't have anything to add on that. I guess Michael's point was that, I mean, the wider point that he's making is that it's listed as a developable site, and we believe that the accommodation assessment is too reliant on windfall sites, which I know we'll be coming on to. But we feel that without this developable site, which Michael draws some issues with, like as you raised the waste management. Oh, sorry, I don't have it in front of me, but those issues you've raised, then it puts even more reliance on windfall, which I will discuss when we come to it. But we fear that may be an overestimation.
Okay, that point hadn't been lost. It was one I intended to raise under question 3, so we'll return to that point shortly, Mr. Bin.
Thanks.
Okay, I think that's everything from me on question 1, unless the partnership or Mr. Cubitt wish to make a final comment before we move on. Okay. Question 2 then, which is, will there be a supply of specific developable sites or broad locations for growth for years 6 to 10 and years 11 to 15 of the plan? A couple of respondents had made comments about the Ketteringham depot. So to start with, question from for the partnership from me. What's the reason for allocating this as a medium-term site? And how certain is the closure of that site to those to accord with those timescales? Thank you.
It's a medium-term site because the depot is still in use by South Norfolk Council for their bin collection lorries. The position of the council, as South Norfolk is working closely with Broadland Council as a single officer team, is to secure a new depot location that better serves the needs of the two councils into the future. So there's a clear decision to relocate the existing depot. That land is owned by South Norfolk Council, so our judgment is to consider that a developable site. It would be, I think, overzealous to consider it deliverable within the current 5-year period, but we nevertheless are confident that it could be delivered by 2032. We also understand, as a publicly owned site, that does lend itself to us working with a registered provider and Homes England, and there is good examples locally of us working with a registered provider and Homes England to deliver sites. Most recently, the completed Swanton Road site in Norwich, the expansion of the existing Swanton Road site. So yeah, we're confident in how we've positioned Ketteringham in our trajectory.
Has the site for the relocated depot been secured? Is that within public ownership now?
No, it isn't. My understanding of the situation is the councils are continuing to look at various options, but a new site hasn't been agreed.
A point that was raised by MH Planning was that there didn't appear to be, it was unclear how this site would be funded. And the point was also raised that there was a limited availability of central government funding for the provision of new sites such as this. So what's the partnership's response to those points, please?
We have conversations with Homes England, and we're aware of various sort of funding cycles that come forward. As the joint delivery statement says, we have begun a sort of early market engagement process with a registered provider. Obviously, we need to go through various procurement steps to do that. That process has begun. I think it's probably reasonable to say we're in a relatively early stage with that, but nevertheless within the timescales that we've projected. So we're looking for delivery here in 28-29. We think that's a very realistic timescale.
So what was the process by which this site was identified then? Was it one that the councils thought would come forward, would become available in the medium term? Is that the process by which it was identified as a potential Egyptian traveller allocation?
It was all part of the extensive work we did during sort of summer and autumn 2022, which was as I said earlier, to look at all publicly and privately owned land, all allocations within the plan. This was one which South Norfolk Council, as the owners, were happy to put forward.
Okay. Mr. Beer, it's some of your points have been put into the partnership. Did you wish to come back on anything that's been said?
Yeah, thanks. I apologise. I was meant to speak a bit on question 1. If I could just quickly say that the 12 pitches at Strayground Lane, which we've seen much opposition for in this meeting, is another one I wanted to address to suggest the potential slippage in base need. If should any of those, that's what I was referring to in section for question 1. Question 2, in terms of developable sites, and this Kettering. Yes, I think given that the councils are still looking for options on Kettering, either relocation of the existing depot, suggests that there is a risk of slippage in long-term and medium-term sites, especially given the reliance on windfall, which I'll come to later.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Beer. Mr. Ballon, do you have any final comments before we move on to question 3?
I think the 6 years, which is what we're looking at to deliver the Kettering site, is ample. I'm not quite sure about the point about the reliance on windfall. We've gone, part of the work we've been doing over the last year or so is to ensure that we're not reliant on windfall. So as you appreciate, sir, we've got specific sites which meet the identified needs over the first 5 years. The Kettering site would meet the needs over years 6 to 10, and we're only suggesting windfall from the latter years of the plan, which would be 1 or 2 pitches per annum from 28-29. So I don't think we are reliant on windfall.
Okay. I think I'm happy if people have said all they wish to say on question 2, that we move on to question 3. That seems to be the direction the discussion's going in. But just before we formally move on to that final point, are there any final points anyone wishes to raise regarding the Kettering depot or the matters raised for supply from years 6 to 10, 11 to 15 of the plan? Okay, fine. In which case we'll move on to windfalls then. But I think the point that Mr. Beers already alluded to, Mr. Banham, and it's been made a couple of times now, is that, and it's also repeated in MH Planning's statement, is that the allocation of sites in the local plan, in their view, will take some of the pressure off perhaps the previous situation, which perhaps had led to the coming forward of windfall sites. So in other words, the windfall allowance is based on a trajectory or a series of past trends that reflected a time period when maybe there weren't the same number of allocations available. And therefore, as I understood Mr. Beer's point, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, but his view is that given the allocations that are proposed in this plan, that same pattern of windfall development is unlikely to be replicated going forward. Is that fair? Is that a fair summary of your position, Mr. Beer?
Absolutely, yes. it's I've got here that of the proposed allocations, 24 pitches will be extensions to existing traveller sites, and that's referenced in the submission. We feel there is a strong likelihood that at least some, and possibly all, although would have come forward over time as windfall sites. So as you say, those sites which are, and again, not to diminish the good work of, we appreciate that the OPA has allocated sites, and that is a good thing. But we do think that may lead to some of the traditional historic windfall no longer coming through as windfall and coming through as extensions to sites which have already been put forward as families grow, and that, in our view, requires additional need and additional provision for travellers and gypsies.
Mr. Banham, do you wish to comment on those points?
I think our view is that windfall by definition is unknown. So it's unknown whether the extensions to existing sites would come forward as windfall allocations. By the same token, it's unknown whether and where future windfall would come forward. It's the very nature of windfall development. So I mean, as we've confirmed and as we've tried to convey through the policy modifications, we're very positive about windfall development should applications come forward from households who are perhaps unauthorized development or some other reason. So I can't see how it can be said with any confidence that we are in some way allocating what would have been our windfall. That just is an entirely unknown and unprovable proposition.
Mr. Burrell.
Thank you, sir. Could I just refer you to paragraph, Adam, can you see your interference there? Paragraph 4.5 of the partnerships topic paper, which is document H3.1, that makes it clear that the windfall provision we're proposing for the last part of the plan period does take a very cautious approach. So we have evidence of the long-term delivery of windfall being 4 pitches per year. And the 12 pitches that we've included over the last 10 years of the plan period is obviously at a far lower level of provision than we have clear evidence that has been delivered.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are there any final comments on windfalls before we move on?
Yeah, I guess to say we appreciate that windfall is unknown. However, given our fears regarding the Kettering site as a developable option, and I don't know, I guess we would like to see more provision in the future, but I'm sure that's something we will see. But yeah, windfall, we still maintain that some of that windfall may no longer come through given the relatively new site allocations, like the fact that they exist now and they didn't then, if that makes sense. Sorry, not being very clear.
No, that point's understood, Mr. Beer. And like I say, I've got your full statement, which makes that point in some detail.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Banham, do you wish to make a final point before we move to close the session?
No, nothing further from me.
Okay. And that concludes my questions on question 3 under issue 2. Okay, that's the hearings sessions finished for today. So thank you all for your contributions. It's been a very useful session and very constructive responses from all. Obviously, there's a lot for myself and Mr. Warden to consider, and that's something we'll reflect on going forward. In terms of later this week, there was discussion last week's admin session of the potential for another admin session. Is that something we need to program in now, Annette, Mr. Warden, or is that something we can arrange for later? I think there was something this week we were thinking in terms of addressing future progress.
Mr. Warden?
Yes, we need to catch up on with the partnership on where we're up to on things that we've already discussed, and also there's actions arising from today. We're just wondering, Ms. Feeney and I were just talking just a moment ago about this. We did say tomorrow. We're just wondering whether it should be later than that. I'm wondering about whether Thursday would be better. I think we perhaps need to have a chat about that and look at possibility of putting something in, possibly for Thursday.
Okay. But Thursday suits me. That's for sure.
Mr. Ball, have you got any comments on that? I mean, we can. You can. I know Miss Feeney's in the City Hall, so you can have a chat this evening. But have you got any comments on that initially?
I have a relatively free diary, so Thursday afternoon or early Thursday morning.
Okay. The only reason why we probably say not tomorrow is because there's things that we have to do to satisfy the things that we said we do last Friday that have meant that we've not done them, particularly Mr. Hatfield, because he's been preparing and holding a session today. So Thursday might be better than Wednesday, because then we'll have hopefully done all or the majority of the issues that the things that we had agreed to do. So Thursday might be better than tomorrow. That's my view. So do you and Annette want to have a chat once we finish this session about when on a Thursday you might want to just program a catch up, and we can do the same.
I'll be happy to do so.
Yes, certainly, Inspector, and this is just the process of administration. There's obviously no discussions further. The hearings themselves are complete at this stage.
Yeah. So just for everyone who's watching, this is the final programmed hearing session, and this was always going to be last, because the partnership has gone out and carried out consultation and gone back and through its processes in terms of the Gypsum Travel allocations. So we have no more hearing sessions programmed. What we have agreed to do is to write to the partnership with with our views on some matters that we've not already discussed or made clear to the partnership across a number of issues. The majority of modifications which will be proposed will have already been discussed in hearing sessions, and I know the partnership is working on them. But there are some things there are a few things where we've not gone back to them that we were reflecting on following previous hearing sessions. We'll just clarify that in a letter for the partnership. Mr. Ball, is it just whilst we're in public session here, can you just confirm what the partnership's timetable is now in terms of the modifications?
Our intention is to hold the main modifications consultation in September and October, and we think that we could begin in mid-September, depending on the timing of the receipt of the letter from yourselves.
Okay, thank you. Well, yeah, I mean, we have discussed just clarifying the issues that we've got, the outstanding matters really on modifications, picking up the issues for today. Is there anything from today that Mr. Hatfield, that's really Mr. Hatfield's call on this, but Mr. Hatfield has said that he will get back to you on certain things from today, and also I think you have agreed to look at certain aspects of policy wording as well. Is there anything on that work which causes you any difficulty in terms of turning that around quickly?
No, I don't think so. It's mainly amending policy, proposed policy modification, so we can get on with that first thing tomorrow morning.
Okay, and again, as Mr. Hatfield alluded to, he and I just need to also reflect upon the session today before we decide what modifications need to be made in respect of today, notwithstanding the points that have already been discussed about changes to policy. So if there's anything coming out today, then obviously we'll also set that out in our letter.
Thank you.
Mr. Hatfield, is there anything else that you wish to say?
I think that's everything from me. Just to reiterate, thank you all for your contributions today and for the discussion we've had. It's been very useful for us, and obviously a lot for us to reflect on. So thank you all.
Thank you. And Mr. Bull, is there anything else? Whilst we're in a hearing session, is there anything else that you want to bring to our attention on anything else relating to the local plan, other than what you have already raised with us?
No, there isn't. No.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you. This is the last hearing session that we've got programmed. Obviously, there's still a bit to go on the plan, going through modifications, getting the modifications sorted out. And so we will write to you. Modifications will be learn how to go through processes that and then on timetable you highlighted, and with further consultation on those modifications. So still a fair way to go on the plan, but I'd like to just thank everyone in the Great Norwich Local Plan Partnership team for their contributions over the hearing sessions that we have had over what seems to be a very long period of time, and it's not always easy dealing with things on the virtual platform, but everyone has, we've got through all the things that we needed to do, and I'd just like to thank you and your team, Mr. Bohr, for all the contributions over the last 15 months, 16 months. I don't know when it was when we first had the first hearing session, but it seems a while ago. But thank you very much.
And thank you, and we look forward to receiving the letter from you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay.
We'll close now. Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you everyone for today. Thank you.